I love working with a team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied.
To step away from real life and focus on Frisbee.
I play because I love Ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 Good morning, everyone. Today we are here live from Brampton at Credit Sandalwood Park, and we just want to do a land acknowledgement. We are broadcasting from Brampton, Ontario, who recognizes the traditional territories of Indigenous people, specifically including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the broader Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat nations. We also want to do a little shout out to our live stream sponsor, which is BE Ultimate and Discraft, and our partnership with Experience Brampton. Today we have McMaster Women's and Manitoba Women's. So McMaster is on offense in red, and Manitoba is in defense in white. So it looks like we just got a point scored from the University of McMaster, and it looks like Amari caught the disc.
Yeah, it was a nice throw from Oaxaca to Amari. A nice inside flick break, just going into the end zone for a nice, quick, easy hold.
This is a great start considering that McMaster just won against Western University 15-2. I know that I was speaking to the coach earlier, and they were saying that their biggest goal is to come back to compete because they had a strong line at Steeltown, so they're here and they're ready to chase for their gold.
And historically, McMaster has had a lot of success at previous Canadian University Nationals. So being able to come back and showcase their skills again, hopefully being able to get on the podium for another year.
So we've got Zimlansky here pulling to the University of Manitoba.
So as that pull lands out of bounds, Team Manitoba will have 20 seconds to bring it into the brick mark, as you see Millie Wright bringing it in to tap it in now.
University of Manitoba is centering the disc. They set up a nice bird stack. Oh, just a little introduction. By the way, this is Cat Fort time with Thomas Stanton.
Hello, hello, everyone.
Both representing from Ottawa. All right.
Manitoba shooting into the end zone. We had Hayward hitting, I believe that was right again into the end zone. Manitoba even now on the scoreboard, 1-1.
So I was talking to University of Manitoba earlier, and they were saying their biggest goal was to be patient with the disc, and that their biggest advantage is the fact that they have a strong O-line. They just came off a game against the University of Laval, losing 9-7. So we'll see how this game goes.
I mean, from that first O-line point, they were very content swinging the disc, doing whatever they needed to just keep possession, hitting the open person. Eventually that would open up shots downfield and then brought them into the end zone for a nice easy goal.
We also want to do a little shout out to our Team Orange with Linda Kudo and Bonnie Fu. Thank you, Team Orange. So we've got the University of Manitoba pulling to McMaster. And that's Brooklyn Shearer, a TC player. She played U20 this summer. She is one of their main handlers.
And there we just see a little travel call. Looks like number 12, Ohanka. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Ohanka ran out of bounds, but just had to bring it back in real quick.
And we've got Amari on the end zone line. And it's an in call. Point for McMaster. So that was Brooklyn to Amari.
So both sides here showing that the offense isn't much of a problem. being able to hold the disc nice and clean, working it all the way up the field. We'll see if either team can start ramping up that defensive pressure, see if they can get a break to pull away and pull a little lead out of this.
And by the look of it, looks like we have Slemansky again from McMaster pulling to University of Manitoba.
This time we see a nice hanging pull down to the middle of the field, and Manitoba starting to move the disc up.
We've got Millie Wright. She seems to be a U20 player, and she's one of the main handlers on Fusion as well. Back to middle with Wong. Back to middle with Wright. Beautiful huck by Wright. And caught by Fradkov. Anna Fradkov, one of the strong cutters, also on the O-line of Fusion as well. Point for University of Manitoba.
And that was a great point from Manitoba. They utilized the break side a lot, being able to hit the break side with ease, and then getting it into a power position onto the break side for a nice huck assist from Millie Wright. And it looks like the same O-line from McMaster will be going out again. See if they'll be able to keep the clean hold, working the disc down.
So it looks like the University of Manitoba and McMaster are both exchanging points. What would you do as a strategy?
I mean, so far I've only seen two defensive points from each team. Both teams have been playing match defense, both of them forcing flick, maybe trying to throw something different, maybe a force middle or a quick sloughing in the lanes to stop any set plays, and then get their defense set in on a tight person-to-person coverage. Just trying to throw some different options at the other team so they're not just getting used to the same defensive sets throughout the whole game.
And there goes Wong with another pull to McMaster. Brooklyn looking downfield. Beautiful layout by Shear, and point caught by Moore. So from Brooklyn to Moore. Great point for McMaster.
Yeah, no, that was a great offensive hold. The past 2 points, we've seen Cheer laying out to save the disc. There was another great massive layout, and then a great backhand break throw all the way across the field for the goal. Thankfully, being from Ottawa, I've gotten to see Cheer play a lot, and you get to see her lay out a lot. She will lay out for anything on offense, on defense, throwing her body whenever the team needs.
In fact, Brooklyn Shear played Ignite this summer with the juniors of Ottawa.
Yeah, I got to coach Brooklyn last year. It was a great experience being able to coach Brooklyn. An insane amount of knowledge. Been playing forever and been playing at a high level forever.
A nice little Frisbee family.
Oh yes, great Frisbee family as well. I've had the pleasure to play with her older brother Ben, and then being able to coach her, and who knows, maybe even a future sister down the line too.
Lamsky with another great pull to University of Manitoba. University of Manitoba is bringing it in. They're centering the disc. Pick called.
Yeah, and so unlike other sports, picks aren't allowed in ultimate frisbee. Whether it's you're on defense and you're running into your own defensive player or running into an offensive player, either way there will be a pick called, and then the defense will be able to catch up to that offensive player when that pick happened.
So the disc is live in stall 4. Oh, unfortunate stumble by Hayward. What a great grab by number Su Ping from McMaster. She also played wicket as well, another Ottawa Junior Ultimate representative. Ringler to Cowbird. And that's another point for McMaster. Oh, my mistake. That was Lena Lee, number 72 from McMaster, who caught that point.
And at the start of the point, we saw some nice break side flow from Manitoba. An unfortunate drop, but then we see McMaster not giving Manitoba a chance again and really punishing them, punching in the break. And by the sounds of the call and by the people going out on the field, it looks like McMaster seems to be trying to force another break here, having some O-line players crossing over onto the field right now, hoping to get this next break point.
McMaster will be pulling to University of Manitoba. And that was Yates with the pull. McFadden to Gobert. A little exchange between Gobert and McFadden.
Oh, and here we go. McMaster getting a turnover, looking to get another break here.
We've got Zoe Wynn starting with the disc. Oh, nice try from Shear to Amari in the end zone.
And a great layout attempt from Amari, going with two hands, just hitting the fingertips, unable to reel that in. But Manitoba getting the disc back, hoping to be able to continue to have this hold here.
There goes Gobert again. Gobert with the long huck, with a layout from the University of Manitoba.
We unfortunately do not have the name for that person in number 13.
Unfortunately, McFadden dropped the throw, so it'll be turnover for McMaster. Shear with the disc.
Nice inside shot there, attacking the break side.
Another pick call. It's going to return to the thrower.
And so McMaster with a second break opportunity on this point. right now with 6 players downfield, no one set up in the bail area. Hoping to clean this up and then get some nice offensive setup.
Amari to Moore, and it's a point.
And McMaster getting a second break here in a row, pulling away a little bit earlier on in this game, making it 4-2. But thankfully today it hasn't been too windy, so that has opened up the break side a lot more. Both teams have been utilizing that break side a lot more. It's nicer for us because they're coming a little closer to us, so we get to see it a little clearer. But they're being very calm with the disc and then composed, hitting either side of the field, working the disc up nice and easy.
Knock on wood, but this is the first CUUC where there's beautiful, nice weather.
At least that I can remember.
I think they're announcing 20 degrees today.
Please, please, please. I would really like that.
All right, we got Zlamsky again, who will be polling to University of Manitoba.
And I'm seeing some familiar faces on this Manitoba O-line, as well as some new faces. That last point, Manitoba started off looking a little bit more like a dominator, playing between their handler, the bail, and the front of the stack a little bit more. We'll see if they try that again, or if they try to switch something up here again, try a new offensive set.
We got right in the middle with the disc. And that's Bannister with a huck in the end zone. And number 14, Fardkov, just caught the point, and that's another point for University of Manitoba.
And it's a nice hold, a needed hold from University of Manitoba. Going down 3 this early would have been a tough blow and would have been hard to come out of. But getting that hold there and maybe being able to force a break to try to claw back in here. And also on that last point, it's looking like Millie Wright will probably be QB1 for this team Manitoba. She's been going every other for most of this game on offense for this team, helping them both attacking the break side and the open side. And honestly, just moving the disc downfield a lot for this Manitoba side.
University of Manitoba with the pull. Wonderful layout bid again by Brooklyn Shear. And number Wong with the layout bid defense. Getting possession for their team.
And Manitoba having some great flow right now, shooting to the end zone.
Bannister to Straub for the point for University of Manitoba. What a great look.
And just like that, Manitoba getting a break back to bring this game much closer. Our scoreboard on the far side hasn't been updated, but I believe it's 4-4. 5-4 right now for McMaster. But still, Manitoba bringing it a little closer, keeping this game nice and competitive, and getting that first break, showing that McMaster is not invincible.
And this will be very intense for both teams because we've got McMaster that just won 15-2 against Western, and then Manitoba coming in on a loss against Laval 9-7. So it really is going to show who wants a disc more and who's hungry for this disc.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, within the seeding with this pool, it's probably going to end up being a nice tight one. I know there's some really competitive teams here that have finished very well in the past. 2 of them on the field right now. So it should be a very tough competition throughout the whole tournament, trying to move on until quarterfinals, semis, and finals.
So Frayling will be pulling to McMaster.
And it looks like McMaster has a whole new O-line on for this point, getting some fresh legs out there to get some nice reps and hopefully to get a nice hold. And just as I say that, though, we get a layout D from number 10, Man, on Manitoba.
Great attempt of a layup by Man.
Hold the mark! Hold the mark, Megan! Hands low!
Great grab by
No break! No break!
Zelensky.
No break! No break!
Turnover for the University of Manitoba will be in possession.
So Manitoba with their second break chance of this point, hoping to tie this game back up at 5s. Currently we're just seeing a little pick, so a quick stoppage in play. But as we get back to this point, hopefully Manitoba could keep this dispossession, keep the disc moving nice and easy, maybe attacking this break side as there's a lot of space over here. And maybe they could punch it in for a nice easy goal.
Oh. And Amari, who had caught the D, creating a turnover for McMaster. Cohenberg to Beaupart for the point for McMaster.
And that was a great huck, right out into space, leading their offensive cutter in stride. No need for them to adjust at all. Just a perfect throw.
And there were a couple of turnovers and drops in this point. Thomas, how do you recover if you ever saw one of your own players drop or have a turnover like that?
Well, personally, like the first turnover, there was a great layout block. So that's great. It brings some energy to your team if you're Manitoba. And yeah, it may deflate you for a second or two when you're McMaster, but personally, when I was in those situations, it would kind of fire me up to go get that block back for my team if I made that mistake. With the few turnovers throughout that point, I think as the point goes on, who's going to be that person to step up and just be the consistent person to walk that disc up the field to punch it in for their team? People may be tired, but if you can be that person that pushes through and helps your team get that point and then get off the field to get some fresh legs out, it'll help your team progress a little faster.
Radkov again with the huck.
And Manitoba had some great flow moving down the field, had a great huck, and then near the end zone just got a little stagnant, and unfortunately leading to this turnover. And now we'll see if McMaster can pull in this break.
Amari with the layout bid. And another layout by Yates.
Get the mark! Get the mark on!
So we're just looking to see if there's going to no contested calls. It's a turnover for the University of Manitoba.
For University of McMaster. Now Manitoba will take possession. Sorry. So Manitoba trying to get this hold again. Looking to be running through a lot of the handlers.
Great grab by Fradkov up the line.
And Manitoba there, they just had some great flow, great handler flow in the end zone, very patient. Their stack didn't blow up at all, just giving and going. As soon as they would dump it off, they'd start cutting up line, trying to create that next flow and movement for the disc.
And after speaking to the coach of the University of Manitoba, Julie Valenciana, she was saying exactly that the University of Manitoba's greatest advantage will be being patient with the disc because they have a strong O-line. They just need to remind themselves to be patient.
Yeah, and we can see there that their handlers can move the disc down the field if they want. Teams can also sometimes stop that though. So being very patient with the disc, taking what's given to you is very important in Ultimate in general. Just being nice and composed, and then taking those open options and not forcing anything. Sometimes people will force those shots early in small counts or wait, look off a shot to try to force a later better option. You just take that early option nice and easy. Your flow is generated and it won't stop, and then it will just help your team progress down the field a little bit easier.
No first throw, no first throw. Hold the mark.
Great grab by Su Peng. Unfortunate fumble by Beaupart. University of Manitoba now has possession. Bannister with the huck to Hargraves. And it's a point for the University of Manitoba.
I believe that may have been caught in by Cho, actually. Emily Cho, part of TCU 20 as well as U24, bringing in a ton of experience to this Team Manitoba side and helping lead this Team Manitoba side on this last point there.
So these 5-4 and 6-4 points, there's a bit of delay. I'm watching McMaster run a vert. Their system is to switch the field using the front of the stack, moving the disc from the open side to the break side of the stack, and then cutting from the back. As it's happening live, I could see it and would typically think that this is a really good strategy that McMaster is having.
All right, so we're coming in 6-6 here. We have Manitoba pulling to McMaster right now.
Looks like McMaster's running their vert again.
Yeah, same vert set as they've been running in the past. But they're not seeming to attack the break side as much. Just as I say that, here we go.
Hold the mark.
McMaster has very good inside break throws, so that'll be a huge advantage to them as well. And there goes the huck and a grab by Ugachi. Nodding call. And the catch from Amari from McMaster.
That was some great flow from McMaster, especially near the end zone. Just once they got the disc at the end zone line, just being nice and calm with it, bailing it back and finding that nice easy option. It ended up being a nice backhand break from Cheer. I believe that was her third one of this game, that same style throw. Earlier on in the point, you could hear the one of the Manitoba coaches screaming, "Hold the mark, hold the mark, hold the mark," trying to keep all their marks, forcing to that home side on the far side of the field from us. But just towards the end, it seems like the team may have lost track of that, unfortunately.
And it looks like McMaster is not afraid to look for those deep shots as well. They don't hesitate, and they throw it, and there's always someone there ready to catch it on their own team.
Yeah, it seems like both sides, they've been spreading the field very well, spreading deep a lot. Not every shot has been hit, but it makes the other team's defense have to respect that. If you're not attacking deep at all, then teams will just start sitting underneath. They know that your team doesn't have any throwers to go long. You have to show that you have that in your game as well to threaten the defense a little bit. And then right now it's 7-6, so we see McMaster trying to cross over some of their players from the O-line to this D-line to try to get this last break and force half.
And the pull is right on the edge of the sideline, but the Manitoba is able to center it. Boyda with the catch. Looks like Manitoba is using a end zone play as they're right above the end zone of their opponent. And a beautiful upline cut by Gobert.
Yeah, it was very calm offense, end zone offense from Manitoba there. They had a nice open look huck with amazing spacing on that far side of the field, and then after that just playing within their handlers, moving the disc left and right, bailing it until they had a nice easy option up line.
You just got to run your systems, especially when you're in front of the end zone. Every team has a nice end zone play, but from a coach perspective, not every team plays their end zones.
No, it can be frustrating as a coach or even as a player if your team's not setting up an end zone. So getting into those sets, every team practices them nonstop. So get into those sets early, so then your team can punch in the goal and can be effective in that red zone. So all tied up here at 7s. We'll have Manitoba pulling to McMaster and for the half. We'll see which team can pull out and take half here with an 8-7 lead.
And especially when a team takes half, it really shows and kind of sets the tone for the second half as well.
Yeah, for sure. Depending on the manner of how a team can take that half can really set tones in games. But then just in general, taking a half can sometimes demoralize some players on the other team. So getting that slight advantage is very needed for every team.
There's some great movement. Turnover. University of Manitoba now has possession, and they're running their stack and completely moving it to the other side as well. Brooklyn Shear with the catch defense and scoring the point for the University of McMaster by sending it to Lena Lee. Oh, my mistake, Cohenberg.
Yeah, it was a great run-through D from Cheer there. And then a nice easy assist into the end zone to take half. both sides causing a turnover there. So not a clean hold for either way, but it was a great point, great chances both ways, and you like to see that defensive pressure going into half.
Now we're just going to take a break for the halftime, so we will see you back in a few minutes. 4, 3, 2. And we are back. And right now we have McMaster on defense pulling to Manitoba, which will be on offense.
Yeah, so a nice even score here right now. 8-7 for McMaster. And just on serve here. We'll see if Manitoba can keep this game with an on serve with a nice clean hold, or if McMaster can up the defensive pressure with another break here.
So the University of Manitoba has been doing a lot of vert stack. So we'll see in the second half if they'll continue doing their usual vert stack. By the looks of it, that's what they're doing. And Bannister with her long huck. Nice attempt of an inside throw by Wright.
And a great foot block from Lily Sue Ping, keeping the feet active there, stopping that inside break for the goal.
Now McMaster is also doing their own vert stack here on offense. Sometimes the tricky part with vert stacks is there often are a lot of picks.
Yeah, not as much spacing in the vert stack, so it can lead to a lot of picks. If your cuts aren't out away from that stack, it will lead to a lot of those picks, especially if you're not keeping that spacing within the stack.
Great hand block by Flores on the University of Manitoba.
And so both sides having some great active marks. Manitoba with the disc again, trying to get the hold.
Another pick call. So the University of Manitoba seems to be doing a great vert stack and sending it to their inside that gets open on to do that inside flick shot.
Yeah, no, both sides have been showing that inside flick shot a lot. Manitoba loving to hit that a lot more, I think, than McMaster. McMaster being willing to hit that around a little bit more. We'll see if Manitoba, is willing to hit both breaks, those insides and arounds.
Oh, another pick call. And it goes back to our University of Manitoba thrower. This might give them some time to reset as well, catch your breath, especially being right above the end zone line as well.
So Manitoba in this red zone area, trying to punch in another break, another hold, sorry.
A lot of exchange between Bannister and McFadden up the line, catching the point for the University of Manitoba.
There seems to be a call though, seems to be a pick call again. One thing I would like to see, especially for this Manitoba side right now in the red zone area, all their cutters right now are basically at the front of the end zone or outside of the end zone. There's no one at the back of the end zone pulling defenders away there. For an end zone set, we really need that spacing. Personally, as a coach, I want 2 or 3 people near that back of the end zone, so then it really gives the isolation at the front of the stack plenty of room to work, and then that secondary person has a little bit more room to get into that isolation stack when it's their turn, as well as the handlers, plenty of room to throw and bail the disc if needed. Right now, with everyone so close, it makes it a lot more clustered and a lot harder for people to get these passes off.
And it's a point for University of Manitoba.
All right, so a dirty hold, but a hold at the end of the day for Manitoba. A few pick calls for both sides, so hopefully both sides' offense can clean up that vertical stack, or even switching it up to a different set to show something new.
This is a great comeback for University of Manitoba since McMaster took the first half. So this is a great way for the University of Manitoba to set their tone and let them know that you may have taken the half, however, we're still climbing back.
Yeah, for sure. University of Manitoba showing they're not done yet. They're still here to compete. bringing this game back even to 8. But yeah, so now we just want to see if they can ramp up that defensive pressure and try to force another break against this McMaster squad.
Now there's starting to be a little bit of a wind, so I wonder if any of the teams today will be pulling any zones. Yesterday we were pretty lucky with not having any wind.
And speaking of wind, my papers are blowing away now.
We've got another vertical stack by McMaster as they creep into the opponent's end zone. And we've got the University of Manitoba coach yelling, "Hold the mark," as well. And a beautiful IO break from Shear to Moore for another point for the University of McMaster.
A great break throw from Shear again. This time showing not only she can throw the around breaks, but also the inside breaks as well, both backhand and flicks. But yeah, you can really tell that an emphasis for this Team Manitoba squad is having really good marks and really shutting down any break looks. I think that on the sideline, we need to have a little more communication though. I'm only really hearing one coach saying, "Hold the mark, hold the mark, hold the mark." I'm not hearing many other players on the sideline trying to help out that mark where the thrower may be looking, where they're trying to hit a throw to try to help them adjust.
It is a bit of a sideline for both sides. Usually on teams where there's a lot of sideline help, it's very beneficial to the players on the field, and it just really hypes up the team and gets their energy ramped up.
Yeah, for sure. I've talked to a few buddies of mine from the University of Ottawa squad on the open side, and last year I know they played in the USA series for university, and one thing they said is every single school probably has about 10 chants non-stop on the sideline, and it helps bring that energy up for that team to make plays, to stay locked in the moment, and just to be helping from that sideline. And also it's pretty intimidating. So my buddies were saying from Ottawa, non-stop, it was an intimidation factor for them.
And now we've got our first zone set by McMaster onto the University of Manitoba. University of Manitoba is using a lot of pop throws, and there is a turnover.
Yeah, it looked to be like a 4-person cup with 2 mids and then 1 person sitting deep.
And Szymanski with her huck to Bopart for the point for McMaster.
Unfortunately, the disc was out of bounds by the looks of it, so it was not a point, but McMaster looks to be setting up that zone again, looking to force another turnover.
We'll see here, because earlier on the first zone, we had University of Manitoba popping in the cup a lot.
Yeah, now on this setup, they're looking to be able to swing the disc a little more, have some of their handlers crash from behind as well.
University of Manitoba just finding the little holes to move that disc through their zone.
And you hear the melt screams from the sideline and on the field, meaning that McMaster transitioning to person defense now.
And now it looks like they set up their end zone stack. And unfortunately, it's a turnover. McMaster will now have possession. Looks like it's person defense, and McMaster is pulling a vert stack.
So it looks to be a little bit better spacing from McMaster in this stack right now, hoping they can keep that throughout the whole point to not lead to any stoppages like picks.
Beautiful run by Lee as she catches it in the end zone by Sumansky doing the huck pull.
Yeah, no, that was a great look. Got the disc moving onto that break side, and then from there had someone attacking deep, having a nice easy inside flick shot into the end zone for the goal. And so McMaster getting a break here, going up now 10-8. So yeah, one thing, we see a little bit more energy now out of McMaster. A few more chants, just chanting out that break, celebrating a little bit more, trying to bring up some more energy. I hope that they can continue that throughout, but also that Manitoba can start to do that a little bit more as McMaster starts to challenge them a bit more towards the end of this game.
And looks like we have Brooklyn Shear pulling for McMaster to the University of Manitoba.
Okay. Nice pull. We're seeing another zone from McMaster. Maybe seeing if they could try to slow down this Manitoba side, stop any of their flow that they want to create off the start, initiating sets or anything like that.
Manitoba is very good identifying the space between this cup that McMaster is putting, and they're finding the holes and sending it to the right players. Quick movement, little passes.
So a little bit of incidental contact there, but everyone's okay. Get back to the game, and McMaster setting up that cup again.
Unfortunately, a turnover. Now McMaster will have possession, and they're a bit on their end, so we'll see if they'll pull an end zone. Nice stack, and Amari with that in coat, and we have Oaxaca Ugachi with the point for McMaster. That's another break.
That's another break for McMaster, bringing some energy, and you can see they rush the field. They're all excited, and you can see on the Manitoba side, they're very quiet. They're just a little sluggish right now. So McMaster looking like they're pulling away a little bit. We'll see if Manitoba can pull things back and get some energy back for this.
And a timeout called by the University of Manitoba. What would you do in this timeout if you had your own team and you've just lost 3 break points?
I mean, the last few points have been zone points from McMaster. I think that the handlers have been doing a decent job at swinging that disc, being patient with it. But it's when you want to rush a little too much. You want to make a skip pass instead of just bailing it straight back for the next handler to make that next pass. Or trying to force a shot more upfield. It's in those instances when a defense really gets those turnovers and is really thanking you for making those decisions. You can just make those easy options. Whatever the easiest pass is will help you get that disc moving. Then to beat that zone, that should be your best option going forward. So try to swing that disc, but don't try to cheat the swings at the same time.
I was also talking to McMaster earlier, and they said one of their advantages is their zone, but they weren't sure if they were going to use it since there wasn't much wind. But as we had mentioned earlier, there was a little moment where there was some wind picking up.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of a gust, a little bit of a crosswind for a little bit. It seems to have died down again for the time being. But that zone did slow down this Manitoba side. We'll see if they bring it out again, if it'll work again, or if Manitoba maybe has schemed something together to break through this zone for this next point. I also think this Manitoba timeout could just be to give some of their players a rest that will be going on this next line. They seem to be sending out a lot of the similar top end talent and handler talent that they have to try to break through this zone and to try to get this game a little closer. And so right now it's 11-8 for McMaster. We'll see if Manitoba can try to get their second point out of this half and try to get a nice clean hold, maybe even breaking through a zone that McMaster may show.
So we'll see here if McMaster is going to set a zone. And by the looks of it, it is a zone.
They may have sloughed and now back into person here.
Great defense from McMaster.
Yeah, McMaster elected to switch things up this time, going more person than zone, and utilizing that person matchup, getting a nice block.
Great up the line from Ma, and she's looking for the up. Looks like they reset for an end zone play, and they catch the point, McMaster, by Su Ping.
Yeah, McMaster is looking very clean this second half. Not many mistakes, working that disc up. Looks like they're really trusting each other. They've brought that energy, and they're starting to pull away in this game by the looks of it here.
And there's great communication on Beau's part right above the end zone, indicating her cutters of where to go or where she wants to see them. And as soon as she couldn't find her cutters, she just immediately looked to her bail, and her bail was able to save her and create a nice little point there.
Yeah, for sure. Trying to direct the traffic to get a goal, and then not being too antsy, trying to force anything into the end zone. Taking your time, committing to the bail, and then the bail got a nice, easy goal. So we see some new faces on this Manitoba O-line side. We'll see if we get a zone again, as the wind seems to be picking up slightly, going across the field here towards the firehouse in the far side distance, the red roof down there. The wind is going towards that way right now. So maybe McMaster will bring out a zone for this point, or maybe they'll try to make Manitoba think again and start off with the nice man, or person, sorry, coverage.
And it looks like person defense.
Nice high release break there from Manitoba.
They've got an organized vert stack resetting. And a great catch from the University of Manitoba. Another point for them.
Yeah, we saw Wong, number 89 from Manitoba, going almost every other there. Starting by hitting the break side, and Manitoba was very content attacking this break side over here. And then that just opened up a deep shot for Wong to uncork into the end zone to get a goal here, bringing it, I believe, to now 12-9.
And we've got the University of McMaster cheering fired up. Great way to run to the line and start a new point. And this is where we get that loud sideline cheer in support. McMaster has just started with their cheer and hoping to lock in and continue taking the game and dominating.
I wish it started a little sooner in the game, but I'm glad that it's at least shown up at this moment in the game.
Nice attempt by number 17 on University of Manitoba with a attempted defense there. She was very close. Now we're going back to avert offense up by McMaster. Great grab by Ringler. And from Ringler to Boehm, there goes the point for McMaster.
Yeah, and McMaster really showing off their deep game a lot more in this second half. Attacking deep, well, both sides actually have been showing off the deep game a lot more this second half. But McMaster is really utilizing it very well this second half, getting a lot of flow out of that and then leading to nice end zone sets to get a goal. So right now it is 13-9 for McMaster as they're going to be pulling to Manitoba on defense here. Hoping to get another break, maybe bringing it to a game point after this point here.
And that's tough, especially how for so long up until half they exchanged points from each side.
Yeah, the first half, McMaster had a couple breaks in a row, but then Manitoba got a couple breaks right back and kept it nice and close. And then out of half, Manitoba got that first point to tie it right back up, but then McMaster just went on a little run, got two or three in a row, and then now have just been trading a few back and forth since. But a nice split stack this time from Manitoba, changing things up on offense to try to get something working.
And it just looks like University of Manitoba is keeping it a little conservative and just keeping it simple in passes. And I take it back. They look for the deep. And again. And point by Lamoureux for University of Manitoba.
Yeah, that's great from Manitoba. They're just being nice and calm with the disc until something opens up that they like. They don't need to force those deep shots, but let the cutters create those deep shots for them. And it's been working. When they can get those deep shots and when they're not forcing anything and they're just truly winning it with their legs, those deep shots come out and they end up winning it.
Patience is key and patience is a virtue.
Oh, yes. So now we're sitting at 13-10 for McMaster. Manitoba is still clawing into this game. We'll need a couple breaks to get back into it. Maybe they can up the defensive pressure on this point here.
So we've got roughly about 13 minutes left of the game. So with a score of 13-10, University of Manitoba still does have a chance of tying the game back.
Yeah, still plenty of time to get back into this game. Now, it's not an endless amount of time as we see a zone here from Manitoba, maybe trying to change up the defensive pressure to cause a turnover.
Great long hook by Slamansky.
And yeah, a great easy hold from McMaster there. And I think that's where that sideline help can come in handy a lot more. Although I did end up hearing Manitoba counting passes to possibly melt into a person set, I didn't hear many people helping that last back there because there was someone behind them. So letting them know that there's someone there to try to help that coverage from the sideline, you can see a lot more from the sideline, and you're not doing anything on the sideline other than being able to help. So that sideline help would have been much needed there for the University of Manitoba. And so now we have a game point here. We have McMaster pulling to Manitoba. It's 14-10. And we're seeing some offensive players crossing over to this D-line. Maybe trying to get them a couple more reps in this game, get their legs under them, and just get them a defensive rep as well.
So this could potentially be the game point for McMaster.
Yeah, no, for sure. We'll see what they do if they end up going zone or man here. It's not super windy, but we have seen a little more zone the second half. So we'll see if that's what they'll go for to up the pressure, but it seems to be person defense here.
And just a little shout out to Oaxaca for doing a flick pull.
Yeah, you don't see them often. The last person I knew that did a flick pull is the brother of Brooklyn Cheer on the field right now. So it's not very common, but they can be nasty.
And then we've got University of Manitoba doing their vert again with short in passes to each other, calling for the unders as well. As their coach mentioned before, all they have to do is be patient and just go for the easy pass. And this allows them just to keep it calm, take their time, switch it to the other side of the field.
And Gobert and Wright are really putting in a lot of mileage on this point as handlers, getting almost every other. Basically, they're touching it most of this point.
A great switch of the field.
Nice pressure from McMaster. But Manitoba staying nice and poised with the disc in the red zone now.
Oh, beautiful break. And there we go, and break point by University of Manitoba, where Wright hit.
I believe Gobert?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was an awesome point from Manitoba. Insanely clean and non-stop movement from their handlers. They did not let their marks get on them at all, and they were just always carrying the flow for that squad. Gobert and Wright both were non-stop on that point, getting that disc down the field, and then both of them ending up getting a point for it, rightfully so.
And you could tell that Wright was looking for that break pass as well, because she tried previously, but no one was open. And then finally, Gobert being open for her, she was able to hit her perfectly in the end zone.
Yeah, for sure. Wright has been one of the players on this Manitoba squad who will break at will and is always looking for those breaks. So it's not a surprise for me seeing that from that last point, but it's a very great game plan for them to do, because the defender's on the wrong side on that side of the field. So it's a great strategy to try to attack over there.
And now again is currently less than 10 minutes. So we'll see if Manitoba will go down a zone like they did last time.
We're seeing some of those same players from that last point for Manitoba crossing over to this D-line.
So it looks like a person defense again by the University of Manitoba. Oh, with
Big Huck coming out.
great catch from Cowberg. Wonderful point by McMaster by Miller. And that is game.
McMaster storming the field, bringing that energy. Glad they got the win here. It was a great game, ending up 15-11. But both sides, very competitive fight, very spirited fight as well.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Thomas, for being co-commentating with me, as this is my second time.
Thanks for having
shout out to Clay as well. And thank you, everyone, for listening in beautiful Brampton. We will see you on our next live stream, which will begin at
11 something? 11:30.
At 11:30. And for that stream, we are going to have 2 open teams.
Yeah, let's check the schedule real quick.
So we've got Toronto A and McGill A playing at 11:30. So tune back in, and thanks for joining, everyone. Have a great day.
love working with the team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing ultimate frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied.
To step away from real life and focus on frisbee.
I play because I love ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 All right, welcome to our live stream of McGill Open versus Tarantula Open here at Brampton Credit View Park. Today, I am on the mic with the one and only Thomas Stanton.
Hi there. And then, yes, so today We want to thank our sponsorships real quick, BE Ultimate, as well as Discraft Ultimate. And yeah, so it's me, Thomas Stanton, joined with Brandon Nadibe here on the mics, as the game's opening pull gets going from Kalinsky. So Toronto in white receiving the pull as the disc is centered to Ho.
We have a pick downfield for Tula, running this vertical stack after originally setting up in a horizontal.
Yeah, Tula getting some horizontal flow going early, but now getting into their vertical set, looking to bail it back and try to get some more forward momentum here. So right now we have 13 Tong with the disc. This movement from the far side, Toronto's movement, very good. Nice scoop cut from number 19 there. And then unfortunate turnover by Tula. That's Dzang with the drop today. We'll see if McGill can get a nice clean break. We have number 39 Kalinsky picking up the disc.
This McGill D-line does have quite a few players who have played together in club scenarios as well as in the United States Series for colleges. So they are very well versed in making their break opportunities count.
As McGill is moving this disc up nice and fast, they've just entered the red zone with number 69 hitting Kalinsky in the middle of the field. Just outside of the end zone, we have a nice little flip blade over the top by number 27, Podrovsky, to Kalinsky for the opening break by McGill. Starting off nice and hot and bringing in that energy nice and early.
McGill's a team that thrives off of their energy. The Dogs, as they like to call themselves, are definitely already up for it here. That first point already had matchups for a lot of key players on this Tula team. Players such as Kevin Tong and Arav Segal, who apparently had a very strong U24 tryouts recently.
And so one thing I've noticed between the two teams so far, we have McGill as a very loud, sideline, very energetic team, and then I'm seeing Tula as a very quiet team to start off this game. In the last game, both teams were very quiet starting off. The energy wasn't super high. I'm loving that I'm seeing this out of McGill, and maybe we can see it a little more out of Toronto too.
Yeah, McGill's hyping up the fans, hyping up themselves already early in this game. Tula might just need that first point to go in and then draw some added momentum from then on.
Yeah, for sure. Seeing that first one just go in makes it a little easier going forward, get some of those jitters out for the whole squad, not even just the 7 on the field.
Yeah, so this is the first time a lot of those Tula players have been playing in Div 1, and speaking with the coach of Tula, Michael Kwekska, he was saying that there is some added expectations with Tula being that #1 team. Even though they've won quite a few games, it might be an added bit of pressure for the boys to have to live up to in this game.
So we see a zone out of the McGill squad, forcing Toronto to just take these smaller, shorter, swinging passes, as we see Tong, number 13 with the disc, one of the main pieces for this Tula squad. Tula very content just swinging the disc left and right across the field. Not really forcing any shots downfield, but just keeping possession at the end of the day.
Yeah, this zone is a very popular zone, especially in the U.S. series, where McGill might have picked it up. you have a kind of a diamond front at the front of the zone and then forcing everything towards the sidelines, it makes it really tough to get added momentum going downfield, especially through the middle.
And as we see here, forcing it to the sideline, the throw just a little bit too far out to the sideline, causing a short field red zone turnover. And Kalinske picking up the disc, nice inside shot to Peterson. Peterson and Kalinske playing a two-man game. Just off the fingertips of number 19 from McGill, Petit. And Toronto with the disc again, trying to move before that zone can set up. Oh, a hammer look to break through a little bit to get out of their own red zone. Toronto moving the disc upfield now. McGill doing a great job forcing this Toronto squad back, but Toronto doing a great job being patient with the disc. And a knifing shot over the mid-mids. McGill going to person defense, and another nice shot over top. Number 11, that is Ramsey, finding his target in the end zone, fading flick over top of the defender.
Yeah, Toronto definitely making use of this win where it's not too breezy, but it is a little bit of a throwers when they are breaking over the top, finding space on the sides of this wing, and they're moving from there.
Yeah, no, that was a very good point from Toronto there. Although there still was a turnover, they ended up being able to be patient with the disc after getting it back and working it all the way up. Not necessarily forcing anything, but waiting for those open shots to be created by their cutters in the zone. And as I'm seeing McGill doing a little like duck, duck, goose or something to figure out who the 7 are on. So at least their spirits are nice and high during this game.
You love to see it. Those fun things that make Ultimate what it is. And Tula here taking a bit of time with their matchups. Let's see what they are cooking up.
Yeah, you see the coach in the blue shirt, number 14 there, Ben Clark, helping out his squad, figuring out those matchups or that set defense that he wants his team to use here against this McGill squad to maybe get that break back.
Yeah, Ben Clark is a player from the Toronto system, played pipe this past year, and he has a lot of knowledge on defense, so he will definitely be looking to put his players in the right positions to make a play here.
And so McGill moving the disc up nice and fast. We had O'Donnell just hitting number 2 right outside of the end zone.
2.
That's 2. 2 hitting O'Donnell in the end zone. Very quick hold with a nice kick spike from O'Donnell.
What are your thoughts on spikes, especially after a hold that we just saw there for McGill?
Personally, I like spikes if you're trying to get the energy up on your team. You're not ruining the disc or anything like that. You're not going to tackle it or anything. But getting the energy up on your team and then just not directing it at the opponents. You're directing it at the opponents, it's unspirited. But if you're just doing it to fire up your own team to get some energy up, especially early on in a game, I think it can really help your team get some early momentum.
It's fair, and McGill definitely thrives off momentum, so those cheers, the spikes are really in their favor to help the team.
Yeah, for sure.
Going.
McGill's energy since the start has been amazing, and it shows when they're scoring. They'll show just as much energy in their celebrations there, and rightfully so. They worked hard. They had a very great clean hold that didn't take that long. So showing off their skills and then showing off their skills celebrating as well.
For sure. And now we see the Tula offense looking to get a clean hold this time round. Looking like a split stack set.
All right, so Ho with the disc, hitting number 13 Tong. As we see some person defense here from McGill. Nice bit of tempo. It looks to be a pick call on the field. Disc will stay on the far side with number 7 Segal. And Tula starting off strong again. Some great handler movement going up the open side from Tula, playing within the bail in the front of the stack a lot.
Yeah, Tula's definitely looking to isolate at the front of the stack with their quick handlers as well as the front of the stack.
Tula now entering the red zone, seeing if they can punch something in. Going hammer over the top. Just through the hands of number 34, Dzang. Good pressure by the McGill defender. I believe it was number 32. That'd be Rivas with the defensive pressure on that hammer, causing the drop. So we get McGill with another break chance here. Kalinski picking up the disc, bringing it up to the front line. And immediately hucks off at the start. And a nice D by number 13, Tong.
Yeah, Tong definitely read the play, was backing his defender, and was able to make a play. And let's see if he makes another one here.
And a great D right back by number 69. That would be... I may not have his name here.
But McGill's going the other way here. And an immediate turnover on a reset look.
And this point has a lot more defensive pressure than any of the previous points we're seeing. But there may be an injury. Yeah, it looks like number 13, Tong, just limping off the field here. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but let's hope it's nothing serious. But this point has been a crazy point from both squads. A lot of defensive pressure. And very exciting point overall.
Yeah, you do love to see it. The pressure is starting to ramp up on both sides here. You can see those first looks that were working earlier in the game aren't there now. You're looking to hit more open throws and secondary options.
So it looks like the disc will be coming back into the hands of number 34, Dzang, for Tula. Taps it back in, hitting number 16, Ho. Ho looking into the end zone. Great pressure from the defender, and it's just towed on the line, so out of bounds for Tula. Number 69 again, causing some great defensive pressure. Unfortunately, I just don't know his name. So Kalinski started us off for McGill again. And now Peterson's with the disc.
McGill really having a dig deep here on this D point. Multiple turns, and they're still finding a way to create space with their cutters. And even looking more towards their handlers this time around.
Yeah, they subbed on number 42, Peterson, with the disc that just threw that last one. Another handler for this squad to add maybe a little bit of handling strength on this line specifically. Disc gets centered back to Peterson. His number 27, Podorski, going for the hammer. And it's defended by number 16, Nam Ho. Maybe a little too floaty. Oh, and it looks like we have an injury. Number 69 for McGill heading off the field. Which may be a big loss because this point alone, he's had a defensive block as well as great defensive pressure to cause another turnover.
And he's really doing well, and McGill is going to need him going forward, not just in this game, but for the rest of their Div 1 aspirations. So we're hoping he will be all right.
For sure. And so it looks like Tula will be tapping it back in. Nam Ho with the disc, bringing it up to the front line. And we'll see if they can get this dirty hold.
And along with the McGill sub, Tula countering with a sub of their own, bringing in Joseph Hill, who plied his trade playing suspect this year.
DeZang shooting, but it's a little too low in the wrong angle, unfortunately, for his target, Hill. But Hill looking like he may be a striker for this Tula squad.
Definitely using his fresh legs, trying to make an impact immediately, stretching the defense deep.
And this should be an interesting matchup here between Hill and O'Donnell, number 17 for Tula and number 10 for McGill. Both fresh legs that just got subbed on, both very athletic players. We'll see who may be able to get the better of that matchup. As Kalinski has the disc in the middle as he shoots for number 77, Verlan putting the hands out, celebrating a little early, and that's McGill getting another break goal, going up 3-1 now, as their whole squad starts rushing the field.
That energy is exactly what you want to see if you are a McGill fan. They are definitely looking to move forward and add on to this break train here. Tula looking to regroup, and it appears that they are going to be taking a timeout to try to turn their fortunes.
So I just checked during this timeout. Number 69 from McGill is Rory McEwen. Hopefully he'll be good to get back out on the field. If not this game, maybe later on in the tournament, even to help out his squad. But that last point showing his impact on this squad for sure.
He is a major presence on this D-line, not just when it comes to getting Ds, but also on the turn, being one of their main looks on offense.
Yeah, great height and great speed. So definitely will be striking deep and be a main target for this McGill side on a break opportunity. So we see Tula coming back out. They're ready on the line. A lot of the similar faces that we've seen in previous points. It's good to see, I believe, number 13 back out there, Tong, after taking an injury sub earlier in this point. So glad to see he's back out. Good to go, maybe just a little cramp earlier on. But Tula looking to respond here, trying to get a point back to get this game a little closer and then send their defense back out, hopefully to get a nice break.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from Tula. Don't want to be falling down a couple breaks early here. So they're going to be trying to steady the ship here, get a nice clean hold, send the defense out as you mentioned.
And I'm loving that that Tula, they're making a lot more chance on the sideline, having some more energy, trying to bring up the overall atmosphere for this Tula squad while they're down 3-1 right now.
For sure.
So we're seeing number 16, Nam Ho, bringing the disc in at the brick, and we're seeing a zone coming out of the McGill squad again.
Yeah, really looking to stifle those handlers, put a lot more pressure on them, and make Tula have to throw more throws than they would like to.
And so we have number 19, Lee, on the sideline here, playing a lot with Nam Ho. Oh, and a nice tip disc from McGill. That's number 77, Verlan, with a nice tip on the swing pass. Looking for another break chance here, just outside of the red zone. And who else but Kalinsky picking it up?
Kalinsky, definitely a gifted thrower, as you can see, with a step out around throw, getting it to the break side immediately, and then looking to get back on the disc.
Yeah, Kalinsky going almost every other here as McGill shoots into the end zone, but it's a great poach D by Lee. And here, Tula's starting to break out of their own end zone a little more. As you hear the fire calls, causing this McGill side to go to person, and number 42, Peterson, with a nice D. As McGill gets the disc moving fast, and Verlan finds Peterson in the end zone for another break. That's the third consecutive break for this McGill squad as they get excited on the sideline.
Tula looking to go back to the drawing board here. What's not working is their movement side to side, which is exactly what McGill was forcing them into. So having to look for some new options, some new areas to exploit on the defense, especially with McGill's zone look.
Yeah, for sure. They're not having the best luck at breaking the zone so far, unfortunately. But it seems like they're sending out some different players, maybe some fresh legs to get some different movement going on, get some different looks to try to break through a possible zone coming up, or even just a person's set here. And then giving some of those players that have played the last few points a little breather to come back out later in the game.
Yeah, the nature of CUC in Canada is on Saturday you do play pool play, but on the second day there is crossovers with the other pools. So even if you do have a slip up in one or two games, you're still able to get wins and get a medal if you're performing on that second day. So these games will be important to win and get that momentum, but you also have to be thinking about legs when it comes down to those final games where you just need any extra edge to beat who's in front of you.
And plus, this Toronto squad and this McGill squad, both sides, just the extra reps here throughout the tournament. No matter how the game ends up going, getting these reps throughout, leading up to get the little bit of practice needed for the games heading into Sunday when it comes so much more important. We're seeing another zone coming from McGill again, though. Tula working it up so far.
This zone is slightly different. This one's looking more of a 2-3-2 from McGill, trying to contain everything towards the middle of the field, opposed to their other diamond front where they're pushing everything towards the sidelines.
And so far we have a lot of handler movement swinging back and forth between the Tula handlers. Not much movement downfield breaking through the zone, unfortunately, but the handlers are doing a great job swinging the disc side to side. As number 5 has it currently, trying to direct traffic right now. And it looks to be like a strip call, uncontested from the McGill side. So the disc will go right back into number 5's hands for Tula, tapping it back in, and we're back into play. Tula starting to break through a little bit. And swinging it wide to Chiang.
Coaches of Tula telling their players to push deep. That McGill zone was starting to crash in, really limit options, and just like you see here, they got to turn out of it.
Yeah, Rivas doing a great work in that cup area, causing a turn, and a nice grab from number 6, Bardak. McGill looking to get another break. Nice inside Oyo shot. And a little bit of a miscommunication there between 77 and 6. That's Verlan and Bardak. Tula getting the disc back again as McGill is starting to set that zone.
Yeah, definitely an interesting look from McGill here where there isn't much wind today. However, they're still opting for zones, and it's to a great effect as they're covering a lot of the Tula downfield options.
As we see McGill going into person defense now, Tula maybe being able to take advantage here during a person-to-person point. Chiang with the discs. Finds Hurdle. Hurdle finding Chiang. Moving up the field now into the red zone. Tula with the disc on the far side. And it looks like there's a pick call. As we have, I believe, Chiang with the disc again. Oh, no, sorry, that's Spagnolo with the disc in the red zone. As Tula looking to punch it in to bring this game a little bit closer here.
It would definitely be a good motivational point if Tula is able to catch this one in. A lot of the O-line players, usual O-line players aren't on, however, if your secondary unit is able to hold, that does bode well for the chances in this game.
Yeah, for sure. If that second unit can pull out this point, that would be great. Unfortunately, we're just seeing number 87 trip up onto with the number 27's feet from McGill. So that would be, I don't have that number. Oh, Jackson from Tula tripping up with Podorowski calling a foul. Unfortunately taking an injury, but hopefully doing all right. As we see number 7 from Tula checking in, Segal, looking to punch it in. A main O-line piece for this Tula squad, right outside of the end zone. Segal with the disc. Nice inside shot to Hurdle. Back to Segal, and Tula punches it in. Spagnolo catches the disc in the end zone, and we get some energy out of the Tula side. But still, McGill even louder with their chance.
Yeah, Toronto is definitely not going to be going away anytime soon. They have had a strong start to the season where at Steeltown they finished second to losing to Queens in the finals, and then later on in the season in the Easterns regionals they were able to beat Queens. So this team is definitely battle tested and they have quite a bit of depth. So as we just saw, they were relying on their secondary unit to get a hold, keeping the game tight.
And now being able to bring that D-line back on, a D-line we haven't been able to see out of this Tula squad for a little bit. So it's great to have them back on the field, hopefully able to produce a nice break against this McGill squad and bring their own team a little closer. And we'll see this McGill O-line. They've been sitting down for a little while. See if they got their legs all ready for this point, if they're stiff at all, or if they're maybe even just a little too relaxed right now. We'll see how this point goes. We'll see if Tula can bring that defensive pressure and if McGill can have a nice, clean, quick, easy hold like they did the last point.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we saw the McGill O-line. Hopefully it isn't a case of they have to get back in the game, but they're going to be starting with a split stack.
Wu with the disc finds his brother Wu. So that was Nathan Wu to
and a
to
big
Dylan
shot
Wu.
coming up here into the end zone.
Awesome.
That being shot by O'Donnell, who was on the TCU 20 team this past summer.
And O'Donnell hitting Malcolm Kalinsky into the end zone. So a few brothers on this McGill squad, but McGill, another quick, clean hold.
Definitely a good way to continue this game, not allowing Tula to apply much defensive pressure, and Tula's O-line has to go out there once again on a little bit lower time between the points.
And Brandon, what advice would you possibly give to Tula to maybe try to slow down or try to get a break against this McGill squad?
There's a couple of things you could do. You could change up the defensive players you're putting on their offensive players, you can change up those matchups, or you could look to throw in a zone here or there, slough the lanes. But right now, McGill is settling in nicely, especially in their patented split stack plays. They're being able to isolate players on both sides, whether it's the 2 side of the split stack or the 3 side. And they're getting anything they want off at will, so.
Quick little shout out to Tynan Peterson over here with a nice little mutt dog earring, sporting his own squad with some nice fancy jewelry.
He is looking pretty fly. We do have to give it to him.
And it's nice to see Rory McEwen back on the field, number 69 from McGill. But it looks like, unfortunately, it was an offside from McGill, so Tula will be able to bring the disc up to the brick.
And out of Tula, we're seeing that secondary unit that held come out on O-line, and their regular O-line that includes players like Segal, Ho, and Tong not coming out here.
So Spagnola with the disc right now on the far side, facing this McGill zone again. We'll see if they have any better movement swinging the disc or breaking through this McGill cup. And Chiang with the disc now as Tula got some momentum. McGill resets that cup though. Spagnolo now with the disc. Little lefty dish up to number 87. Jackson. And Jackson being one of the main stay-at-home handlers on this Tula line here.
Yeah, Jackson definitely grew as a player last year. He did play on this Tula roster, and in the winter he was playing a lot of 4s with the Tula team, and definitely those extra touches have helped him as a handler.
Also, the great coach that he would have would probably also help his experience and his knowledge growth over his time.
That is very true.
And we have Chiang just trying to force one through the middle, unfortunately. And McGill with a short field turnover. As we have number 19 with the disc right outside the end zone. That's Petit. As they swing the disc all the way around, we have number 27, that's Podorowski, throwing it into the end zone to number 31, Doomer, with the nice spike. And McGill, very excited, have all sorts of energy, and unfortunately right now, Tula just have their heads down and are a little quiet. Need to find a way to bring that spark back.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation where you're down a few breaks and other team is starting to pile on. They're making so much noise, and the only thing you can do is either match that with your sideline or make a big play on offense. So it's looking like Tula's going to try their best to make some plays on offense here. Whatever defensive set that McGill throws at them, they're going to try to respond and then steady their offense afterwards.
Yeah, so Tula looking like they're bringing out their traditional 0-1 kind of line with some of those main pieces like Tong and Ho and Segal. But then we also see on the other side McGill countering that, bringing out a lot of their main defensive players. You're seeing Kalinsky out there. You're seeing Peterson out there as their main offensive handlers once they get that turn. And you're seeing a lot of those same zone defenders coming down, so we can maybe expect a zone out of McGill for this point.
Their zone working a great effect here, whether it's that 2-3-2 or that dime in front.
And it's looking like that McGill squad goes for that diamond zone again, as Tula is looking to swing the disc a little faster this time than previous points. Nam Ho with the disc, as the disc gets swung all the way around to Segal.
Yeah, this diamond zone really puts a lot of pressure on the handlers because you don't have much time to look upfield before there's a mark coming to take away your first couple looks.
For sure, and also just trying to trap them on the sideline. So handlers needing to get rid of that disc, especially fast if they're on the sideline there, so they're not getting trapped.
Exactly.
So Toronto getting some nice movement with a nice over-the-top look as McGill settling into that zone again, trying to shut down this Toronto squad. As Segal, nice inside shot to Ho, and Ho, a nice bladey flick to Tong. As they've started to break free, Lee has the disc. As he gets it back to his Tula handlers. And unfortunately just throws it a little bit behind the bail, leading to a turnover. McGill taking their time to set up here. We're seeing Kalinske walking to the disc. And we have a McGill timeout here. Getting a quick breather to make sure that McGill can punch in this break and take a nice demanding lead.
Yeah, looking to really start to put this game away. So they don't want to make any mistakes going into this half. They want their lead to be as big as possible and then go from there.
I was just like... Alright, and we're just coming back here. We have McGill coming in with the disc, just setting up on offense. And McGill looking to take a 7-2 lead if they can punch in this break here.
Yeah, McGill's looking really loose. In the timeout, they were singing a very classic song of Wagon Wheel. So looking to ease the nerves and then punch in with a clean hold as a break opportunity.
As we're seeing Tula with a little bit of a zony, junky look here. See if it can slow down or stop this McGill squad. We have Kalinske with the disc. Kalinske swinging it to the far side to number 32. That would be Rivas. Back to Kalinske. Finding Peterson and now attacking that far side. Peterson with the disc again. Looking for something through. Fakes a blade over top, losing his mark, but now bailing it back to Kalinske. This McGill squad very content just to cycle the disc. Little handler movement and then perfect shot right through the middle by Peterson to number 6 as Tula starts to melt. Kalinske and Peterson going every other almost here as they hit number 19 with the disc. That's Petit. As he goes inside, but it's a little too ambitious, a little too ahead of his offensive receiver there as they go to set their zone defense, and Tula with the disc. Moving it up now. Ho with it. Segal and Lee give and go as the disc comes all the way to this near side. Ho into the middle of the Segal. Back to Ho. As we see some give and go with Segal looking to break through. But McGill doing a good job to slow everything down after that 1 or 2 passes. Oh, and a nice crossfield blade by Segal. As McGill goes to melt. Tula in the red zone just outside of the end zone line. Looking for Tong And Tong with a big spike as they get that goal. A much needed goal for Tula here. As he picks up the disc and gives it a kick spike as well, showing maybe a little bit of frustration, but also trying to fire up his own squad to get back into this game.
Yeah, emphatically spiking it one time was not enough on that occasion. Really trying to push and get that extra oomph for the Toronto team.
For sure, and even still, like with his celebrations, we got a little bit of energy out of that Tula squad, but then now they're just right back down. So we need a consistent source of energy coming out of that Tula squad to help bring that overall team energy up and that team morale up to help get back into this game.
Yeah, and they'll look to get back in this game 1 point at a time over here on a D point, as Coach Benklar looks like he's setting up something slightly different than what they've been running to start. We did see the Tula team set up a 2-3-2 zone coming out of that timeout. We'll see what they're going for, but it appears there might be a timeout for Tula.
So Tula taking a little breather, maybe trying to get something set up for their defensive set here to get a nice break and try to get back into this game. It's a 6-3 score right now for McGill, and they will be receiving this point to try to go up 7-3. But Tula trying to put something together to stop their momentum.
Yeah, Tula calling back a couple of players from their own line, being K Tong and Arash Segal, to bolster this defensive line. If they do get a turnover and have a break opportunity, they will have those two offensive stalwarts to look to run their offense through on a turn.
Yeah, both Tong and Segal have been all over the field for this Tula squad, both in the handler space and downfield, give and goes, beating zones with their throws, catching goals, everything. So those two players have meant a lot to this Tula squad, so hopefully they can bring something defensively and then help punch it in for this Tula squad to get a nice break. But a great high floaty pull.
And it is ruled as an offside, so this one will be coming in at the brick mark.
So
never mind, it's an offside, so the offense is going to set up and from a dead disc.
Yeah, so I think it's a false start maybe by the offense. So maybe they didn't have their feet down on the line waiting for that pull, so they just have to wait for the defense to get set. Coming in basically on their own goal line, so not great field position for this McGill squad. As Tula setting up in a zone, a more like an Arrowhead 3-3-1 here. As McGill just very content to swing the disc, but Tula trying to throw something new at this McGill squad to see if they can stop them as they just come up short on a block. Unfortunately, McGill still with the disc as Wu has the disc in the middle, finding his brother. Nathan Wu with it again. The Wu's going back and forth. Nathan and Dylan now to Kai O'Donnell, a TCU 20 player this past summer. Played for the mixed squad. O'Donnell and the Woos. And there's a D by Segal. A little too far ahead of Nathan Wu and Tula with the break opportunity here. Segal with the disc. Finding Jackson. Jackson back to Segal, but looks to be a pick call. So Tula looking to punch in this first break that they have here, trying to bring this game back in a little closer.
Yeah, and here's where they have the chance to really work through those offensive players they opted to cross over here with Arav Segal and Kevin Tong, rather.
Seems to be a pick on the receiver Tong. as we have a little bit of a discussion.
This Toronto D-line's looking to operate out of a vertical stack, leaving space on both sides. Kevin Tong is directing traffic of what he wants to happen once this disc is tapped in.
So we have a few different discussions. There seems to have been a pick call earlier on, and then downfield we have another discussion with an observer. I'm not exactly sure what that discussion is about. Maybe a little bit too much contact between the two players, but hopefully it can get resolved nice and quick and spirited so we can get right back to the game, as it looks like things are coming back right now. Tong tapping it in. So we saw a lot of excitement out of that Tula sideline. Segal with it. In the end zone, in the red zone. Hits Tong into the end zone, but he's just on the sideline, so unfortunately he was out of bounds. An unfortunate bobble there from Tong, so on the second effort, unfortunately just a little bit out of bounds.
Yeah, that bobble unfortunately gave the time for his foot to touch the line, and in ultimate, if you are on the line, that is considered out of bounds.
As now we have McKibben with the disc, hitting Wu to O'Donnell in the middle. O'Donnell back to Wu. Getting some contact from number 17. But yeah. So Dylan Wu on the receiving end of that.
Just a bit of a late bid over there, and observer Bagus did brandish a yellow, so that is a personal foul for Hill of Tula.
As we have McGill with the disc now on the other half, we have Dylan Wu with the disc. And Dylan Wu finding brother Nathan Wu, as we have a little foul call right outside of the end zone.
And we have a foul called in the stack. And after some deliberation, it is accepted by Wu.
Alright, so Nathan Wu tapping it in as things get set for this McGill side. Finds McKibben just outside of the end zone. And there's a pick called.
Love to see the hand signals echoing it out to everyone so everyone knows what the call is.
For sure. It helps us out on the sideline if we don't always hear the call, so we know what's going on the field, and just anyone watching it may just help a little bit more understanding what may be happening in that play at that moment. McKibben looking lefty inside, but just overshoots his target, Dylan Wu. Tula getting a second break chance of this point. Segal with the disc. Finds Hurdle. Hurdle and Jackson give go. As there's a hand block by Dylan Wu.
Some nice sportsmanship as well, giving a high five even though you got a nice hand block on him.
Yeah, for sure. First thing that we saw there out of Jackson was just putting his hand out to his opponent, saying, hey, nice block. Nathan Wu shoots into the end zone to Kai O'Donnell with the kick spike and more energy. Oh, followed by another spike by Dylan Wu. A team spike. So McGill going up 7-3.
Looking to take half on this.
It looks like McGill may have been issued a blue card, so a team misconduct foul for all the spiking that they have been doing. Specifically, my guess would be that last spike, because that second spike was a straight blade into the ground, most likely ruining the disc. So, if you're going to spike respectfully. You're not spiking at the opponents, and you're also not spiking to damage the disc. So please just try to be respectful when doing that. So looks like the scoreboard on the far side may not be completely updated, but it looks like it may be halftime for now. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes to get you the rest of this game between McGill and Tula. We will see you in a bit. And we're back here for the second half of this amazing game between McGill and Tula. We had Jackson with the pull that just landed just outside of the sideline here. So we'll see Nathan Wu picking up the disc for McGill, bringing it to the brick mark to start us off in this second half.
Tula looking to have a strong start to the second half and get back into the game, and they're looking to do so through his zone.
So yeah, the last point, Tula caused 2 turnovers with this zone, so maybe being able to do the same thing here again. As McGill, very content, swinging the disc back and forth out of this half. Nathan Wu finding McKibben on this side. To number 22, Andrews, back to McKibben.
If they are going to stick with the zone, they are going to have to get tighter on these resets. They're just allowing free dump swings and also gaining yards on them.
Oh, great find from Nathan Wu to find brother Dylan Wu to Kai O'Donnell, who floats it a little bit. And a D by number 4 on Tula. That would be Hurdle getting up large on the second effort to get that block. As we see Jackson picking up the disc for this Tula squad.
And a nice isolation play.
Big huck off rip, but it's going out of bounds, unfortunately. So Nathan Wu is going to pick it up as Tula is setting up the disc again. Tula with the zone. Nathan Wu tapping it in. Starts to get the disc moving. Finds Friesen. Disc is swung over to McKibben on the far side. Finding Andrews. McGill very content to swing the disc side to side. Going all the way around to Wu. Onto this near side to number 2. That would be 2.
And Friesen doing a good job here, being one of the rookies from this McGill squad. Really taking over on this line.
Friesen finding Andrews. Back to Friesen. Going, give go here. Now to Wu onto the break side. McGill very patient working this disc up. Now all the way to the far side, shooting into the end zone. Wu with space. And a great grab from Nathan Wu. And still a nice celebration, but a little less damaging spike this time from this McGill squad.
We did see a TMF come out from that spike from before the half, getting confirmation during the break from the observers. It wasn't just one spike, but the accumulation of both of the spikes, especially with the second one being a straight edge spike that warped the disc to a great extent.
Yeah, the main thing is keeping that disc warp free.
We do enjoy that.
Yes, then it flies a little better, we can keep using it, and we don't have a million broken discs by the end of a tournament. So it's 7-3 right now for McGill, as they are going to be pulling back to Tula here in the second half, trying to get another break here in the second half. We'll see if Tula can have a nice offensive hold. They had one earlier in the first half. We'll see if they can continue that same momentum that they had from the last offensive point as well. So Tula working the disc up on this near sideline. Lee with the disc, finding Ho. Ho right through the middle of the tong to Segal. Tula just past the half now. Ho with it. Big around flick to the far side to number 34. That's Dzang. Namho being one of the main handlers on this side, making Team Canada U20 back in 2020 or 2019, but unfortunately was canceled due to COVID. And Tong, what a great over top flick, finding his receiver in the end zone with no defender nearby. I believe that was Lee in the end zone from Tong.
Yeah, there's 3 ways to beat a zone. You either go around it, you go through it, or as Tool opted for, you go over top of it. Finding a lot of joy with those flicks over the top, finding players in different areas of the field really makes the zone have to move, and Tula doing a good job of moving that defense and finding those free options.
Not only over top, but they're also swinging those discs, arcing them wide around any possible defenders in the area, not just trying to float it up over people. So they're coming down nice and hard right in the bread baskets of their receivers as well. Very nice angle on their throws.
You do have to put the biscuit in the bread basket, and Tula's doing an amazing job of doing just that.
So Tula bringing it within 4 points here, as it's an 8-4 score, but Tula will be pulling back to this McGill O-line. The last time we saw the Tula D-lines, they've been doing a zone defense, slowing down this McGill squad. We will see if we see that again out of this point.
We are seeing Tula really getting back into it on the sideline, as well as some of their fans on the far side with their signs cheering to try to get some momentum for this team.
As we see some nice cheers from the sideline of Tula, as we see a poachy zone defense here from Tula, as Nathan Wu with the disc in the middle finds his target. That's Friesen hitting number 11, Hébert Crégan.
Seeing a few new names entering this game for this Tula D line. One of them being Jack Wilkie.
McKibben just outside the end zone now. Looking for Andrews. Great layout. Awesome save of possession there as he breaks the mark for Wu. A little floaty, but gets up and handles it. Nathan Wu finding his target. Malcolm Kalinsky shooting into the end zone. And there's the goal for McGill. As we saw a little bit of a celebration that may have been a little closer to the defender, so we had a quick apology out of McGill there, making sure nothing's getting too chippy. We're nice and spirited still, but the celebrations should be between the team, and players are making sure that it should be staying that way. As we have a timeout, I believe, by McGill here. As the score should now be 9-4 for McGill, taking a commanding lead here, but taking a little bit of a breather before sending out their D-line, hoping to get another break.
And speaking of breaks, we will take a quick break right here, and we will be back.
Alright, and we're back here just after the timeout. We'll have McGill. It looks like Owen Kalinsky picking up the disc to pull it. But yeah, so McGill just getting ready with a defensive set out here, taking the timeout to try to set up their defensive set ahead of this point against Tula. And then quick little shout out to the Podorovsky, I think Podorovsky family. I have Solomon right beside me. He just wanted to say hi to everyone. And here we go with the opening pull from this point. Kalinsky with a nice deep hanging pull. And it looks like a nice junky zone from McGill here. Nice find through the middle. We have Zhu with the disc, sorry. To Segal on the far side. Nice scoop up to Ho. And a quick, easy point by Tula.
And just how Tula drew it up. First time in a while we've seen them just immediately go with good flow, getting into the red zone, and then converting in the end zone on the first time of asking.
Yeah, that was a very quick, fast, nice hold from Tula. One player over there, I believe got the receiving goal there, was David Ramsey, number 11. Was going almost every other throughout. Very fast and was a main part on that last point for this Tula squad.
Yeah, Coach Quexa also said to keep an eye out for him. There are some TC players on this squad and some high-level club players, but he wanted to give a shout-out to David Ramsey, who has been doing really well and played a little bit on Hound this past summer.
So Tula bringing it back to within 4. It's a 9-5 score here, but Tula having a few of their players cross over onto this D-line to try to force another block. This looks like their D zone line that they've had out a few times in the past with a few of their crossovers like Segal and Tong to help out on the offensive side as soon as there's a turn. Segal with the big backhand floaty pull. As Nathan Wu has the disc, starting it off, hitting McKibben. McKibben back to Wu. Finding Kalinsky. McGill moving the disc. Fairly easy so far. Kai O'Donnell with the disc, telling his team to calm down for a second, take a breath.
Tula kind of changing their defensive look here, trying to play under their cutters of McGill. Still getting beaten under a bit too much to the liking of Coach Quexa, but team is looking to push McGill deep and contest all of these underthrows.
And a high rising shot from O'Donnell, snagged by Kalinsky in the middle, as now McGill is getting into that red zone area with McKibben. Finds Nathan Wu, who bobbles it but gets it on the second effort. McKibben now looking around, finding Kai O'Donnell, who keeps the toe down in the end zone. Great grab from Kai O'Donnell, and the energy from McGill's coming right back out.
Energy from the sideline is definitely up from McGill's squad, and why wouldn't you be after seeing another score from O'Donnell?
And Kai O'Donnell showing off some fancy footwork in the end zone, something that I had the privilege of seeing a decent amount from here in Canada while he was playing for TCU 20. Non-stop goal scorer for that squad there, and showing he can do the same thing for this McGill squad here.
Yeah, McGill loves to have him, especially going down to the U.S. series, just like in previous seasons. He's definitely going to be someone they look to build this program around.
Okay.
Tula looking to change their O-line slightly here. The players who cross over will not be on this line. And McGill looking to add another break to their tally and inch closer to taking this first game of Division 1 on the open side.
So we have Rory McEwen with the pull now. Haven't seen him as much since he got injured a little bit earlier, but maybe they're just trying to rest him, make sure he's all good for future games. But it's good to see him to come out and to give out a bit of effort on this point here in this game. But we'll have Ho with the disc, bringing it to the middle, getting ready to face this McGill zone. Ho with the disc, trying to direct traffic, but that's Ryan Marshall wearing the number 19, but we do have two players with the number 19 on the field, but Ryan Marshall with the block and a nice inside shot to start off action.
It wouldn't be University Ultimate if we didn't see a couple of numbers that were shared amongst teammates, but McGill punching in their break opportunity.
And that's great to see because Rory McEwen got the disc at the end to get the goal. So although he hasn't been able to play the whole game because of maybe a little bit of injuries or a nagging injury, it's good to see him back out there and to get a goal and to get on the stat board.
It's great to see.
So we see some of the same people staying from this Tula squad, but it looks like for the most part it's going to be a full swap for this O-line. And it looks to be about the same thing from this McGill squad. So we'll see if some fresh legs can help prevail either offensively or defensively, either way. But right now we have McGill up 11-5 with a nice stable lead.
McGill definitely took control of the second half and looking to not let up here. Tula looking to respond.
So we have some main pieces back on for this Tula O-line. We have Segal. I'm seeing Hurdle out there. Again, another tall, athletic, deep strike specialist for this team. But then I'm also seeing some new faces mixed into this line, which is great to get some other people some reps on this offensive line and get them maybe even a little bit of a challenge to see a nice McGill zone. Kalinsky with another huge pull. And I should specify, that would be Owen Kalinsky with the huge pull. Segal with the disc, finding his teammate number 15. And unfortunately, the disc just a little too low. Pan looking for his teammate, Agarwal. Owen Kalinsky picking it up. Finding his teammate, Ryan Marshall, but unfortunately just off the fingertips.
Yeah, looking for that upline, and it was just out of the reach of his teammate, but it was a good look because he had his step of separation on his defender.
All right, Segal with the disc. You hear some chants from the sideline saying do it to try to send the disc long, but the McGill defense has been shutting everything down. Segal with it. Looking for options downfield, not finding much. Finds Namgyal.
And a bit of contact downfield. Foul is being called, and it looks to be accepted by the Tula player, Agarwal, with the call.
So yeah, Rivas and Agarwal, maybe a little bit too much contact during that play. So a little foul, but it will get sent back to Namgyal, who centers it to Segal. Segal looking deep for his tall target. Owen Kalinsky, though, in the area. Another tall defender getting a nice block there against number 4 Hurdle from Tula. Owen Kalinsky taking his sweet time, walking it up to the front line, giving his team a little bit of a breather after playing some nice defense.
And Tula looking to bracket this horizontal stack. One person sitting deep and one sitting under, but McGill still finds an undershot.
The undershot was to Peterson, who just hit Rivas with the disc, looking for a bail. Finding Doomer. Back to Peterson, shooting. Oh, but unfortunately, it looks like it just died a little bit in the wind, a little short for his teammate Owen Kalinsky. Tula picking it up fast, trying to get the disc moving. Sending it long. And a great reception from number 99. Looking for Herder in the end zone. And there we go, a nice Tula goal. That was McDonald to Herder. Or Herdell, sorry.
And Tula just absolutely firing a backhand shot on the far side of your screens. Nice shot that works out, and the horn has gone, so that means it is hard cap. And Thomas, what is hard cap for the people at home?
So, I honestly am one of those coaches who will always get this confused. I'm one of the coaches that will show up and just coach. When it comes to hard cap or soft cap, that is normally for the other coaches to figure out. While I am out there talking to kids, helping them out, the other coaches are dealing with all the statistical worries behind the scenes. So I could honestly very well mess up this hard cap versus soft cap. Do you have a chance of knowing it for sure, for certain?
So hard cap in this scenario will just be 1 point added. So this next point will be the last point, as it is not a tie game currently. So
game to 12 then?
No, just 1 more point.
Dang.
Unlike in some iterations,
Okay.
it would be adding 1 to the higher score, which in this case would be 12.
Okay.
So a nice learning moment for all the people at home for the specific rules of this tournament.
And even some coaches too, like myself.
Yeah.
All right, well, McGill with the disc, looking to make it 2-12, making it a 12-6 game, but right now it's 11-6 as they shoot long. Nathan Wu looking for brother Dylan Wu as he gets it in the end zone. A Wu connection to end the game, and like I said, it was a game to 12. Final score, 12-6 for McGill. A great game, very spirited game, and I'm loving the energy right now out of this McGill squad.
You love to see it. McGill ends up doubling up on Tula for the first game and taking down the number 1 seed. So Tula is looking to bounce back quickly in their next game. But McGill, definitely some people being slept on, as you can see O'Donnell is doing the sleeping.
This is great though. No, it was a great game, great battle, and I'm looking forward to see a bounce back from Tula in their next game, but also a nice commanding fight from McGill in their next game. So we'll see how both of these teams do going forward, and best of luck to them both.
For sure.
But that's it from both of us. Thank you. We will see you later, but yeah, thank you for joining us today in Brampton, and we will see you for an Ottawa U versus McGill women's game very shortly. I believe at 12?
In just 25 minutes, you will be here along with us once again for the aforementioned game between the U Ottawa GG's women and the McGill women's team.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and we will see you later.
I love working with a team towards a common goal.
For the
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team. Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
for the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy, but never sad.
Bonjour et bienvenue de retour ici à Brampton au Credit View Sandalwood Park. Ici, on a la game l'Université d'Ottawa féminine contre McGill, l'Université de McGill féminine. Avec moi, j'ai Brandon Adibe et c'est Catherine Fortin à l'appareil.
Oui, bonjour à tout le monde. Aujourd'hui, on a un tellement bon jeu. Alors, ça va débuter en quelques minutes.
On a McGill qui vient tout juste de jouer Waterloo avec ils ont gagné 14-5 et l'Université d'Ottawa, ils viennent de jouer. Est-ce que tu sais quelle équipe? On va vous revenir sur quelle équipe l'Université d'Ottawa vient tout juste de jouer. Donc, Sherbrooke, apparemment.
C'est ça.
Et en plus, cette game va être très intéressante car les deux équipes, ils ont une balance de joueurs de Équipe Canada pour les équipes féminines.
Oui, on a quelques joueurs sur les deux équipes qui jouent sur l'équipe Canada.
Donc, on a McGill qui ont commencé avec le pool. Ils ont commencé sur la défense contre l'Université d'Ottawa, puis l'Université d'Ottawa vont commencer sur la offense.
Ottawa va débuter avec un vert stack ici.
Alors, malheureusement, on dirait enfin, il y a un peu de vent qui vient de commencer. On a été très chanceux vendredi et samedi à date où il n'y avait aucun vent, puis le vent vient tout juste de prendre cette passe-là. Donc, un autre turn pour l'Université d'Ottawa. Puis, on a Clara Goulet qui le lance à
Alex Wardle.
Now, did you know a fun fact about Alex Wardle? She is the oldest person on the University of Ottawa, being 10 years older than the youngest player on the GGs. And this will be her last CUC, so we like to call it the last dance.
You love to see it from Alex Wardle. She's been an absolute staple for the GGs and Ottawa Sella, the club team. Such a great person to be around, an even better teammate, and huge layouts as we just saw.
En fait, on est très chanceux parce qu'avec les deux équipes, on a beaucoup de joueurs qui jouent club. Donc, sur l'équipe de l'Université McGill, on a beaucoup de joueuses qui viennent de Dino, Wicked et même la série américaine. Et là, sur le côté de l'Université d'Ottawa, il y a beaucoup de joueuses qui jouent de club d'Ottawa. Donc, on a des joueuses de Wicked, on a des joueuses de Leverage, Oz, Stella, Crank, Torque. Donc, c'est vraiment un bon représentant de la communauté de Frisbee sur les deux équipes. So, we've got GGs that will be pulling to McGill, starting on offense. And as mentioned before, there's a bit of a wind, so we'll see if GG's will be setting the zone. I'm being attacked by wasps.
We're seeing a couple of players crossing over already onto this D point. Seeing Alex Wardle go in again.
And there's a turnover, so GG's will be picking up the desk, and they will be setting their end zone. And defense from McGill right in their end zone.
Oh, looking to squeeze that throw in there, but the defender read the play even better, got in there, made a nice D, and McGill's going the other way, trying to get this hold.
It's so important to attack that disc. You never know.
Yeah, you never know with the defense. They're always looking to be hungry and take away those unders. So it's always better to run towards the disc than try to let it travel that extra distance where the defender can make a play on it.
Now we have Emma Beaulieu picking up the disc. She is also a TC player and Stella player representing from Ottawa.
One of the many who went to the U24 tryouts, looking to make that U24 team this coming cycle.
McGill has possession with a turnover. And another turnover for the University of Ottawa, which will be starting on offense. Emma Beaulieu with a great up-the-line cut, staying in bounds. She's looking at her bail. That was tricky. I think you're stuck with a certain amount of stalls and you don't know what to do. So best option is always to hit it. I like to say is always to hit it in the end zone.
before that, it was a really good job of toe tapping by Emma Beaulieu, keeping the disc in, showing off her agility, some dancing moves, keeping those feet in bounds.
Looks like they are setting up another vert stack or their end zone. Beautiful up the line. Unfortunately, Cote could not catch that in bounds.
Yeah, looking like a few jitters, trying to get those out early from both teams. Couple of turns apiece here, but it is early in the game. This is McGill's first point. Looking to find a nice rhythm and settle in.
And that was a throw from Coy Brooks, another TC player and Wicked player as well.
Yeah, she's one of the ones who really showed out at the U20s competition, and she was tasked with taking some of the best players on the opposing teams and did a really good job. So definitely looking for more of that here, but she's playing on the McGill O-line, so a little bit of a different role for her today.
Another turnover. So it looks like U Ottawa is very comfortable with their vert stack that they set. Oh.
And a pick called downfield. Kind of a bit of a interesting call as the GGs were getting into their vertical stack and got a little bit tangled up at the front of their stack. So a little bit of a discussion of when this is going to be coming back in. At what stall count?
So Gigi's has their vert set. Great cut by Emily Beaulieu. And caught by Émilie Beausoleil.
Beaulieu et Beausoleil, c'est tellement bon d'amis, alors c'est
une
really,
bonne dynamique.
Yeah, tellement une bonne dynamique.
Puis Émilie Beausoleil joue sur l'équipe Iris et puis ils viennent tout juste de revenir des championnats américains.
Yeah, and she'll also be going along with Iris later on to the US Nats, which is so good to see. So the game is now 2-0 in favor of the GGs with a hold and a break here as they just converted a break on. And now on we have McGill's O-line, but it's looking a little bit different after a little bit of a lengthy point. GG's countering with a new D-line with a new... probably their second unit. We do see a player like Kate Clement, who also played U20 this past cycle. Her being on the mixed team that got a silver medal.
And Lily Shannon is also a U20 TC player on the women's.
Oh, and she is on this line as well.
The dynamic duo. Turnover from McGill. En parlant au coach de McGill, il mentionnait sur leur défense, leur stratégie, c'est vraiment d'avoir une intense défense puis de shut down tout ce que l'Université d'Ottawa vont jouer. And the dynamic duo, Lily Shannon and Kate Clement.
Yeah, they've been playing together for quite some time in the Ottawa Juniors on Wicked, and now they are both on the U Ottawa GGs. Looking to make an impact here, and they're doing just that with the score, pass and the score from another dynamic duo.
Right? Dynamic duo squared.
You love to see it. A lot of nice chemistry pockets, or partnerships, I should say, of chemistry on this U Ottawa GG's team. And McGill has quite a few of those as well. So they're going to be looking to capitalize on those chemistry pieces, try to find the right mix, especially on this O-line, which has not had a hold just yet early on in this game.
Now, I heard McGill had their own duo. There was the two sisters, but unfortunately they will not be playing this game. It would have been the two List sisters. No, sorry, the Peary sisters. Hazel Peary being a TC player as well. Unfortunately, I think McGill is dealing with a lot of injuries, so I've been told by the coach.
It's an unfortunate time of year to be missing out, but that is how it goes. You're going to have to rely on the depth of your squad. Some other people are going to be looking to step up in this game.
Great point by McGill. We have...
And that was a List going on a handler strike, coming down with the disc and feeding it to their teammate. And a nice celebration incorporating a lot of the players on the team. Getting that energy back after a clean hold for their O-line. So McGill now is going the other way, trying to play some defense, trying to get that break back. But the U Ottawa GGs are now sending out what looks to be their O-line. McGill is taking a little bit of time here. Maybe setting up something or making sure their matchups are just how they like them. These teams do know of each other and some of the players who have played against each other in club as well as the junior division, so they'll be familiar with who they want on which matchups.
Now, it looks like the University of McGill is setting a zone on them. And now they've melted to person to person.
Yeah, definitely a quick transition into person defense.
Grizik to Madeira. And that's a point for the University of GGs.
And the GGs on top once again with a quick hold. Madeira getting on the score sheet.
Now that seems some chemistry because I know Madeira and Grizik have also played together on wicket. So a lot of these players on the University of Ottawa have a lot of experience playing with each other.
Oh, it's a really good dynamic that the programs in Ottawa have that continuity, right? Where you go up through juniors. If you stay in the city, you're going to go to either one of the schools, whether that's Carleton, Algonquin, or as a lot of players here are on the U Ottawa GGs. A lot of them have chemistry. A lot of them have played in a lot of high leverage games where Wicked's gotten a silver medal as well as a bronze medal.
It's also difficult to build that chemistry in Fall Ultimate because there's just such a short amount of time and not enough tournaments either.
Yeah, it's really tough. Coaches always have their work cut out for them. So when you have any people who've played together, it makes things so much easier. And the ones who've played club are able to kind of carry your team and elevate the level.
Just want to shout out that's Naomi Pearson with that pole, who's also a TC player and une joueuse de Iris. We've got McGill looking for that deep. They're just centering the disc. They've got a vert stack. Looks like they're setting up their end zone. Beautiful open pass, and we have Kane scoring the point for McGill.
McGill answering with a point of their own on this hold. And the thing about McGill, their sideline is really active and always coming out right after they score or are scored on. Nice to see that they're supporting their team. And speaking about support, we do also see on the far side UDM Open team, also from Montreal, looking to cheer on the McGill team. And in the far right hand side, you can see the U Ottawa G's Open team cheering on fellow people from their own program.
Pull from McGill. So we'll see if McGill will be going down on his zone as they did earlier. It looks person-to-person defense.
And just out of the reach of
Suiz.
the receiver. The GG's looking to open up their long game here.
Now we see McGill doing a hoe here. But their coach is saying that their cutters are a little too far away. The GGs are doing a great job blocking the undercuts because as they're looking for the unders in their horizontal stack.
Yeah, this horizontal stack is looking quite disciplined. They're cutting one at a time, really leaving space for their opposing players, or their teammates rather.
We got Clement picking up the discs to Shannon, and nice bid from Clement. It is a turnover for McGill.
Yeah, that dynamic duo trying to go at it once more, going 1-2 up the line, just out of the reach of Clement, but they will be looking to still exploit that.
So McGill is doing their hoe stack again, centering it to the middle and looking for that deep. Nice try, Pearson adjusting to that deep throw. Goulet to Shannon, and it's a point for the GGs.
And what a hug by Goulet. Big forehand, a lot of float on it. Allow Lily and Shannon to just catch the disc uncontested. And big shot like that definitely has to fire up the GG's team.
Après avoir parlé avec l'équipe de McGill, ils nous disaient que leur stratégie offensive, c'était de, une fois qu'ils reçoivent le disque, c'est d'avoir des mouvements super rapides. Aussitôt qu'il y a un turnover, ils voulaient avoir un quick turnover juste pour être capable de, être capable de bouger le disque.
Alors, on va voir ça sur la ligne offensive ici.
So we've got coaches Katie Cybrosi and Cassandra Jaffray on the University of Ottawa. And then on the McGill side, our coaches are Sani B, Matisa Hollister, and Leanne Campbell.
So the GG's looking to throw a zone of their own here. Pretty aggressive one at that. Three covers on the handlers, but McGill is still swinging that disc with that quick movement that their coach told us to expect.
List with a great huck. creating a point for McGill.
And lists a captain on this McGill squad. Saw her come down with a sky ball earlier, and now showing she can do it with the arm as well. Very interesting to see how she's been playing. Team is enjoying it, even getting some kudos from Naomi Peterson on the opposing team. So this standard U Ottawa GG's O-line is coming back out here. McGill did have some success with their previous D points, so they'll be looking to continue that.
Shout out to Team Orange. We have Alice and Jeff helping out today. Thank you, Team Orange. What would we do without you?
Definitely make things run smoothly on these fields. Like to give a shout out to all the hardworking volunteers, observers, and also people just here at the tournament. It makes CUUC such a special occasion when we have so many people here taking it in and enjoying the game, but also are willing to sacrifice their time and help out where they can.
And a great point by Shannon again.
Yeah, Shannon is one of those players who at the U20s was near the top of the leaderboards, not just for the Canadian team, but the whole division. Looking to get some points up on the board here. Already her second of the game. And once again, we do see that dynamic duo of Lillian Shannon and Kate Clement coming into play.
(6-3) for the University of Ottawa against Gigi's. If you were in this position, what would you tell your team as a McGill trying to make their way back up?
Well, if I was one of those coaches on McGill, honestly, some of the errors have been unforced, so it's kind of just taking that extra step, looking for those options, taking those high percentage options. Sometimes that first look that's slightly open might not be the greatest look, and you could fake it off and look for a better one. So maybe taking your time and just looking to take the best option available.
Now looks like Gigi's is doing their own zone here, zoning McGill. And McGill taking the opportunity of a beautiful huck, and Naomi Peterson creating a D there.
Definitely what you want to see if you're a GG's fan. Just a good job of working a zone, putting them in uncomfortable positions, and then coming down with the disc on a huck.
Turnover. McGill is now in possession of the disc, and we are seeing some more man-person defense.
Yeah, that match defense is definitely one that gets the GGs quite a few turns. So whether it's zone or match defense, it's a good strategy for their D-line.
And Shannon right on the edge of the end zone to Chan. Unfortunately, Jan had a stumble, and it is a turnover for McGill. Looks like there is a call.
There's an injury on the field, so a McGill player, I believe it is kind of tough to see who it is from here. Sorry for that. But they will be taking a sub, and their substitution will be Kane coming on to the field. And a nice looking visor. I do appreciate that type of style.
All right, the disc is now live again. And we've got Gigi setting a zone. And McGill just not afraid to do that huck. Turnover for Gigi's. So Gigi seems like they're taking the cutters are taking their turn, trying to get open for that disc. They're finding the space and attacking it. And Clara Goulet alone in the end zone, catching the point for the University of Ottawa.
Definitely a nice disc movement there. You would think it's definitely what you like to see. That movement really tough for the McGill side to put marks on and also corral downfield. We do have a timeout here from McGill, so looking to regroup, stop the bleeding before it gets into half here. So as McGill takes a timeout, we are going to take a break here, so stay tuned.
Merci. Et on est de retour. On a McGill qui faisait leur petit time-out avec un petit huddle où ils faisaient du planning, stratégie. Puis là, sur le côté de l'Université d'Ottawa, ils étaient déjà sur la ligne, prêts à partir. Ils continuent. On verra qui va gagner si l'Université d'Ottawa vont prendre la demi. It's always tricky sometimes when you are so close to taking half. It's either you are going to take that half, or sometimes you struggle and you miss a couple of points.
Yeah, the GGs will look to try to take half as soon as they can, and their D-line's been rolling, so trying to continue that. And McGill trying to get that energy up on the sideline with their little McGill chants. Kat, are you a fan of it?
You know, I love how it's such an iconic Quebec signature chant. You can hear with all of the Quebec teams, and they're able to chant every one of their team names like that. A beautiful hand block defense by Grizik on the University of Ottawa.
As Emma Beaulieu is calling for a horizontal stack here. A few new players who haven't played too much in this first half getting a chance on this D-line.
Ooh. And it looks like there was a foul call between Grizik and Smith on McGill. And we've got Team Orange here just mediating the conversation between the both of them. I know, Brandon, what did you see?
I did see some contact, and it did appear that Grizik had the disc in their hands. So I'm assuming they're calling a strip or a foul of some sort, but it is now accepted, so the disc will be with Grizik.
So it's right on the end zone line. So GGs will have to set up their end zone. Apologies, it was not Grizik, it was Bortonoshi. And a point by Emma Beaulieu from the GGs.
And that was assisted by Grizik right there. So the GGs will take half up 8-3. All the momentum in the world and a lot to build off of for this U Ottawa GG's team.
Et en ce moment, le vent est en train de se ramasser. Donc, on verra si dans la deuxième partie, s'il va y avoir plus de vent et si on va voir plus de zones. Mais on va prendre une petite pause, puis on va revenir aussitôt que la demi est finie. À bientôt!
Tantôt.
Bonjour et bienvenue à l'autre demi de la partie de l'Université d'Ottawa, l'équipe féminine contre l'équipe féminine de l'Université de McGill. Donc, je viens tout juste de parler avec le coach de l'Université McGill et puis ils ont remarqué que ça commence à ramasser avec le vent, donc ils veulent se concentrer sur les zones. Et puis sur la marque offensive, ils veulent commencer à faire plus de bonnes décisions.
Oui, des bonnes décisions.
C'est super important.
Tellement important, oui.
But we also had the chance to speak to the University of Ottawa, and I got a chance to speak with our captain, Mackenzie Roussel, and she was saying how proud of her team she was for having a great first half and just to keep it up. And I quote, drown the puppy.
Interesting quote used. A lot of teams like to go for that when talking about finishing off a game and not allowing the other team to get back in it. So we will see if the Ottawa GGs can, quote-unquote, drown the puppy.
They just got to stick to their systems. Now, with this win picking up, what do you expect to see in the second half?
Probably implemented more zones. We did see quite a bit of it in the first half from both teams. To some varied success, had some turnovers caused because of it. The GG's zone was a bit more aggressive, looking to get D's opposed to just forcing more passes, which we saw from McGill. So with the wind picking up slightly, we might see a few more of those zones come into play.
I'm very excited. I love seeing zones, and I love seeing how different teams find strategies to defeat those zones.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to attack a zone, and based on what the zone is, you just see how the other team reacts and go from there.
I love that both teams are just full of energy, both cheering for each other. And starting, we will have McGill on offense and the University of Ottawa on defense.
Yeah, so Ottawa elected to take O in the first half, so now they will be starting on defense, going left to right on your screen. And McGill hitting the wave. You love to see it. That's that team camaraderie you need to get back in the game. And with moves like that, as they do it again.
Now imagine running the pole like that as well.
Oh my goodness. It would be an absolute treat to see. We should
Next
probably
level.
ask them to do it.
We got Naomi Peterson here with the pole on the University of Ottawa side. She also played Stella this summer as well.
Yeah, playing a bit of Stella, playing a little bit of Iris for the fall season. And she even played with the Montreal team that was at Windmill, which
Now,
included some McGill players.
got another zone here. Great little needle thread by List.
And just a bobble off the hands of Tashira. So it will be a turnover and back in the hands of the GG's team.
Little fumble by Karowski. So it is going to be McGill's disc, and they are requesting a vert stack. There was a fast count call.
And a reset count as there was a fast count.
Great movement, centering the disc. Had a great break opportunity, and she used it. Unfortunately, was not able to toe in that point by Brooks.
Malheureusement.
A great attempt. So hard, you have to focus on catching the disc and keeping your toes in the line as well.
Nice try, let's get it back!
Turnover, it'll be McGill's disc now. And we've got Smith again with the disc. Sorry, List. We could see earlier the center handler looking at both of their bails, and they were a bit stagnant, which made it a little tricky for McGill to move that disc around.
Yeah, it appeared that they were looking for a couple of different things, whether it was the handlers moving or downfield, but
there was a pick call that affected the point, so it will be reset back to Beausoleil. But otherwise, it's always great to catch the pass when there is a call.
yeah, for sure. In some scenarios, it will come back. In some, it won't.
Yeah.
But
Beautiful over-the-top pass, Beausoleil to Peterson.
love to see such a nice backhand elevator type high release, especially for a score.
Yeah.
Definitely delving deep into the bag of tricks.
And that'll be another point for the University of Ottawa.
Definitely a commanding lead for the U Ottawa GG's team here. McGill doing their best on the sideline to keep the spirits high, but gonna need to find a way to find a hold. They, as you said in the last point, they were looking a bit stagnant when they were looking for their options. So whether that's initiating through their handlers or looking for their cutters to get more yards downfield, they're going to have to be a bit more active in starting their cuts a bit earlier.
It's also important to commit to your bail as well. It's hard to commit to your bail and then decide next minute to look at your cutter and then go back. It makes it hard to communicate to your bail as well.
Yeah, you're usually taught to, when you look to that bail, commit fully. You're in it together at that point. You can't just look them off, turn the other shoulder. You find a way together, and when you do, you are able to get out of trouble and those high stall scenarios and then reset it, and you're looking to attack straight away.
All right, Clement with the pull. And they've got another zone set, the University of Ottawa, on McGill. McGill is doing a great job at swinging the disc among each other and looking for that deep. Great attempt by Pearson.
And that was Madera getting up big. Not the tallest in stature, but definitely has huge ups, as we saw.
O'Grady with the disc. I swear, O'Grady always smiles as she's playing. I've never seen her frown. Just a ball of sunshine.
You love to see it. And that joy in Ultimate is just something that is brought by playing Ultimate. Not many sports can provide that for people.
Now, it looks like McGill is forcing ins. A great grab out O'Grady for the University of Ottawa.
And although they went to try to force ins, O'Grady finding some space deep, definitely breaking what the defense was looking to take away.
She's definitely a dangerous striker.
Yeah, she's had a couple of opportunities and cashed in on that occasion.
And mind you, this is only O'Grady's second year playing Ultimate Frisbee.
Really?
She has never played before.
That is shocking to me because timed her cut to almost perfection. That's kind of the good thing about university, though. You get to see a lot of these people who didn't end up playing juniors or finding it in high school. This might be their first introduction to the sport, and a great sport it is because some people are just smiling, having a great time.
Exactly.
The GGs.
We're just missing a player. Okay, so their seventh player has just arrived to the line. So we're going to have our...
So
GGs
10-3 is the
pulling.
score for the G's. Looking to add
Let's
to
see
it.
what kind of offensive play McGill will be playing. Beautiful strike by Coy Brooks.
Unfortunate
Sorry, that was
drop, but it was such a nice throw. Maybe even admiring it for a bit too long because we were doing the same here in the booth.
Apologies, that was not Coy Brooks. That was Haley Hart.
Gigi's going on defense now here.
It looks like we have a poached player as well. There we go. Great communication on McGill. And a veteran move. Timeout call right before the end zone. That's a timeout call by Spiller. Hopefully that this will give them some time to set up a nice end zone play.
It will give them some time, but it will also give the G's an opportunity to set up on defense as well. So we'll see if the GGs try anything different. And on the McGill side of things, I can't wait to see what they go for.
Well, it is on the sideline, so we could be very well seeing a sideline end zone, or what kind of other plays would you see?
Well, there's so many different things, and one of my favorite plays coming in from a timeout is actually a play called Hot Dog. So what Hot Dog is basically a set of isolations, and usually it results in a throw where players aren't ready for it, something over the top, a bit spicy, and you're looking to hit the person in the middle. So I don't think they'll be doing that here, but we'll see what McGill cooks up.
So we've got our O-line here setting up a sideline end zone. So they've got their stack in the center, and I think we'll be looking at our handler as the first initial cut here.
The wind picking up here just as McGill is going to play some O.
So
Spiller calling out her shot, finds her receiver, and it is confirmed by the observers.
it's a point by McGill by Hart.
And Haley Hart making up for a little bit of a miscue with the drop, catching it in the end zone, doing it when it matters most. So good to see Hart bouncing back and getting McGill back up on the board. Score now being 10-4. It ain't over till it's over.
So have you ever pulled a hot dog in the end zone?
Actually, we used it against McGill when I was playing with the Carleton Open team, and it worked to perfection. So it did come off just as you'd like. As sweet as a hot dog, as some may say.
Alrighty, now we've got McGill on offense pulling to the University of Ottawa. So it'll be interesting to see their their D-line, sorry. And it looks like person defense. And Kate Clement putting it out there with Griezek catching the disc and scoring the point. Another point for the University of Ottawa. Now Clement and Griezek have also had chemistry since they too have also played wicked together as well.
Wow, this Ottawa GG team building with confidence, building it up all the way to the sky, just putting out big shots, trusting their receivers, whether it's Griezek, whether it's Larry Shannon, trusting that one of their players is going to come down with it. Even with the wind going from left to right on your screen, that was a nice shot. And they're looking to do a few more of those to take this game home.
All right, so we've got the University of Ottawa with Emma Beaulieu starting with the pull.
And a big pull here from Beaulieu.
And the wind is picking up again, so we'll see s'ils vont mettre une zone sur l'autre équipe. Et on dirait une personne défense. Et on a une call faute.
Il y a un appel.
Entre Morissette et Bortonaushi. Dans votre opinion, qu'est-ce que vous avez vu, Brandon?
J'espère que ce n'est pas une faute, mais l'observateur dit que c'était une faute. Alors,
le disque est maintenant à McGill. On dirait que...
Sorry. And that's why the observers are paid the big bucks. They had a better vantage point than us in the booth. So
thank you, Team Orange.
We do thank Team Orange.
Beau bid de Morissette encore. C'est vraiment intéressant parce que McGill, ils ont joué tout le long un stack horizontal, puis juste quand ils viennent proche de leur end zone, ils vont changer à un stack vertical.
Oui.
We've got Gigi's running their own horizontal stack here. And now it's going back to a vertical stack. Speaking to Katie Skarbowski, the University of Ottawa Gigi's coach, she was saying that her goal for the second half is just to make good decisions and to run their plays and run their systems and stick to them.
So far, it appears that they are doing that.
Il y a une appel pick sur le terrain. Puis le compte va rentrer sur stall 2.
Un bon plongeon
de Anna Wright sur l'Université d'Ottawa. Une belle célébration de l'Université d'Ottawa. We're just looking at the comments and just want to shout out to Brandon pour son français parce qu'il essaye, puis je l'encourage. Brandon a l'expérience de jouer dans le circuit québécois, donc il a pratiqué son français un petit peu. Puis chaque fois que je le vois, on se parle en français aussi.
C'est tellement différent quand c'est sous le lit. It's so different when you're online versus when you're just talking with your friends. But I'm trying for you French folks out there. Hopefully, I'm doing your language justice.
C'est correct. La prochaine fois que je le vois, on va pratiquer plus souvent.
Oui, on va faire ça.
Bon, on a Clara Goulet, l'Université d'Ottawa, qui va puller à McGill. Puis McGill, encore avec des gros esprits qui continuent à chanter en français et puis encourager leur équipe pour garder l'énergie. Et on dirait une autre zone de l'Université d'Ottawa. And it looks like an injury.
Ferrero Wong is the one down for the McGill team. Slowly getting back up to her feet.
Apologies, our Team Orange was actually Bonnie and Jonathan. But thank you both for being there and for helping support the game.
So now the GG's and McGill players are talking about what happened.
So a mutual agreement to go talk to the observer to get official ruling and perspective.
And the observer rules it was a foul because the only way the Ottawa GG player could get it was by making contact. So
And a card looks like it was given as well to Roussel. And a hand block by Suisse on the University of Ottawa, and Gigi's now regains possession of the disc. Miguel fait une force away.
And just out of the reach of the cutter O'Grady.
Peut-être la force away était stratégique avec le vent qui vient tout juste de revenir encore et se représenter.
Oui. J'espère que oui.
And way to redeem herself, O'Grady, by doing a nice little defense there. On dirait que McGill, ils ont changé leur force. Originalement, ils avaient une force away, puis ils l'ont changé à une force home.
Yeah, probably from seeing how easily that huck came off on the sideline here, they didn't want that to happen once more. So changing the force, and with the new force change, they immediately got another turnover.
Maintenant, on dirait que McGill font leur stack horizontal, mais ils sont un peu trop loin du lanceur. Clement bringing the disc to the end zone, and McGill doing a defense with a contact call. No contest on this call, so Goulet's bringing it back to the end zone line to tap it in. Goulet to Clement. Clement with an attempted bid. McGill now has possession of the disc.
And McGill setting up once more in this horizontal stack. This time being a bit closer, so it will be easier to hit their options.
Great bid on Morissette. Oh, nice attempt from Ferrero Wong on that huck to the end zone. Great look. It's hard because with this wind, what people don't notice at home is the huck is there, but the wind drops down the disc so sharply, so it makes it a little challenging.
Yeah, the wind playing his tricks once more. It kind of pushed the disc down before O'Grady had a chance to make a grab on it here on this near side.
McGill on the line. Do another host stack looking for their upline handler. There was just a little brief travel call there. McGill doing a beautiful job at moving the disc to the other side, and a beautiful break point.
If you're the McGill coach, that is one point you want to highlight. With the way they move the disc in that end zone set, moving it side to side, exactly what you want to see out of their offense. Even with all the turns that happen, that is one point you really have to look at, highlight, and say, we did a really good job right here, swinging the disc, getting it from open side to break side, and then finding an open player downfield for the score.
And I think Morissette was our scorer. It's a little tricky to see when they celebrate, but quand tu vois cette opportunité, c'est vraiment important de l'embrasser quand tu as la chance. en ce moment, c'est 12-6 pour l'Université d'Ottawa contre McGill. On aura McGill qui va commencer sur la défense. Puis on dirait qu'on a Alors qui va faire le pole. Oh, désolé, on dirait le pointage c'est 12-5 pour l'Université d'Ottawa. Désolé.
And here we see a bit more of a defensive unit playing O for the U Ottawa GGs, trying to get a few reps in here for their D-line players.
And McGill's playing a bit of a zone as well here, as we can see.
Definitely will benefit the GGs down the line if their D-line ever has to play against a zone.
And if you notice, GGs seem a little deep as well, making it challenging for the handlers to throw it to their cutters. So GGs is just swinging it between each other handlers since they don't really have a downfield option.
That is very true. McGill is really forcing their hand here as well.
On dirait que c'était vraiment une bonne stratégie de mettre une zone sur l'équipe. Sometimes you just need a lot of patience with the disc, especially when you're being pressured in a zone like that. So good call on McGill for the zone.
Yeah. The GGs were looking good in the first half of that zone point. They were moving the disc well, taking what was open, and gaining yards slowly but surely. But they did force a turn there.
Great grab by Pearson. No hesitation on that deep throw to Smith. And there we go. Beautiful point by McGill from one McGill player to the other. I think Smith caught our goal. Yes, she did. And now they're chanting their break song. Always lovely to hear.
That was nice confidence boost when your D-line can convert those breaks, even when it's not against the number one O-line that the GGs have been putting out. Something to take forward to the rest of this game as McGill looks to get back in it.
I love that McGill still, their spirit is still in the game and they still haven't given up and they keep cheering each other on. That is the definition of a strong team with great chemistry and just showing their undevoted support to each other.
Yeah, they're really showing that whatever the scoreline is, they're going to stick with it. Really cheer on the team throughout the game. A few points doesn't define you as a team, but what does is the culture that you set, and they're setting a really supportive culture for the team.
Donc, Botos avec le pull à l'Université d'Ottawa. On va voir si McGill vont mettre leur zone qu'ils ont mis tantôt. Eh bien, Botos qui fait la défense.
And that was a sneaky poach by Botos.
Et un beau backhand huck. Avec Hart qui est dans le end zone pour attraper le point pour McGill.
And hold your horses, people. That is 2 breaks in a row for McGill. Looking to add some more before this time cap goes off. And Gigi's looking to ice the game, not allowing McGill to get back in it by way of taking a timeout. Some people are not a fan of it. Kat, what do you think about taking late timeouts in games?
You know, if you have them, use them. Why have timeouts if you don't use them?
Yeah, for sure. It's in the rules and might as well use them.
All right, we'll be back shortly. Bienvenue. On vient tout juste de voir 2 points de bris sur le côté McGill contre l'Université d'Ottawa. Donc, ils commencent à regrimper. Talk about resilience.
So, definitely a show of resilience going on right now. Not letting what's happening on the field affect who they are or what they feel as players. So, the McGill squad is doing really well to hold themselves to a high level and a high standard.
And it's definitely getting gustier. Even though they said it would be 20 degrees, it's definitely picked up in wind and made it a little chillier.
Yeah, the temperatures drop, and a lot of the times in Brampton, the weather changes at any chance it gets.
Unpredictable Canadian weather.
Only thing predictable about it is that it will be unpredictable.
Oh, looks like McGill is back with their zone.
And this time, coming out of the timeout, it's the number 1 unit for the U Ottawa GG's O line, but they do turn it.
Oh, what a great grab by Ferrero Wong. Layout bid.
An absolute amazing athletic performance as teammate Liz cheers on from the sideline.
And they did a great job of moving the disc, taking that huck and giving that opportunity break throw. Unfortunately, just with that wind again, having an effect on catching that in the end zone. It's tricky. You have the wind, you have a defender, so many factors to consider when you're making that point.
Indeed, there's a lot to take in. And with the fatigue setting in too, it makes it even tougher to lock in.
Again, Ferrero Wong with another defense. Ferrero wants that disc.
And now she's isolated at the front of the stack, looking to get open on that break side.
A switch between Lily Shannon and Kay Clement on the defense. Beautiful break throw. McGill looking for their bail there. This could be a great up the line cut. Instead, a break point by Ferrero Wong. You have Botos to Ferrero Wong for another break point by McGill.
And she absolutely deserved it on that point. Throwing the body around, grabbing layouts, doing it all for this McGill squad, and they get their 3rd break in a row.
And this is with 11 minutes left to the game.
So this game not over. A 5-point deficit. So McGill will have to pick up the pace, but they are on the right path, getting 3 breaks in a row.
I don't know what they said in that timeout, but it definitely worked.
Definitely must have been inspirational because this McGill squad looks like they put the pieces together here.
Sometimes teams fall into that habit of when they're up a lot of points that they kind of sit back and aren't as afraid. But, you know, when there's a team that wants it, they can get hungry.
Yeah. And you're going to see that all this weekend. Hungry teams are looking to make plays at every opportunity, and no team is going to be given in. You've had a short season, which has had a lot of games. And going forward, you're looking to capitalize on any chance. If someone's giving you an inch, you're going to try to take a mile here.
And I know GG's, their goal here is to win that gold. It's said by every player and every coach. So we'll see the outcome after this game. Nice hanging pole, allowing the defense to set it up. And it's person defense. Goulet to Shannon. And Sui's open in the end zone, making the point for GG's and stopping that break streak.
The break train has left the station now, and for some reason, Shannon finding a way to get open deep once again. Just has a knack for being able to strike deep and somehow do it uncontested. So good job from Shannon, and then dishing it off to another Gigi who's looking to follow up on the play.
Just both players being wide open. Sometimes when there's a transition like that, you have to be aware and set up your defense because you have those crucial moments where someone is wide open and just casually gets the disc and makes an easy point.
True. And McGill is a bit quieter here, even after rattling in 3 breaks in a row, not having as many chance on the side. But now they're getting back into it.
Nice little offense dance. On verra quelle sorte de défense l'Université d'Ottawa vont mettre. Et c'est une défense personne. On dirait un petit travel call. Mais un bon mouvement entre les handlers et les cutters. Et un beau flick de liste avec un beau point de notre joueuse de McGill.
And List blowing some kisses to the fans as well as her teammates on the sideline. Throwing an absolute dot.
Quelle belle petite victoire. They continue à célébrer chaque point, puis they never give up, and that's the great attitude and spirit that you want. It's just never give up and really celebrate every little victory that you get.
Every little victory is important, and the more you celebrate, the more impactful each one is. So this Gigi's O-line now looking to kind of find a way to put in a good performance, even towards the end of the game where they've been broken a few times.
Maintenant, on a encore McGill qui va faire le pull. Ils vont commencer en défense avec un pointage de 9-13 contre l'Université d'Ottawa. Now Gigi's is in singing their own defense chant. Sorry, no, they're singing offense. Just looked like a little D with the arms. Circular, more circular. Great bid by Alex Wardell. Dynamic duo. Great fake break pass. Great point, Wardell to Roussel, and that's another point for the University of Ottawa. Great movement. Just a lot of patience, swinging it between the middle of the disc, calmly passing it to each other, and then with that open opportunity pass in the end zone, really just going back to playing their systems and knowing the basics.
Yeah, they executed the basics really well there. We saw Wardell get open a few times. That opening cut drew 2 players, and then an undercut was available. And then nice movement, as you said, all the way into the end zone with a pretty tricky pass that Wardell did perfect.
Maintenant, le pointage est 14-9 pour l'Université d'Ottawa. Donc, ça pourrait être notre point final ici. With the final point being around the corner, what would you do as a strategy for a coach? Would you put a power line just to end the game, or would you just roll your players at this point?
At this point, you're looking to roll. You have to show that trust in all of your team, and it might not be the last point as well. Like, you got to think there's more to this if you do score, if you're this McGill team.
Well, we got 5 minutes left, so we'll see what Ottawa is able to bring.
And McGill going for a split stack here, but Ottawa countering with a zone.
You have to adjust quickly when you see the zone. Coy being wide open.
Coy Brooks in acres of space here.
Botos
Going to the end zone. And she grabs it.
Brooks. Boto seems a very key player here with great hucks, never hesitate to huck when they had the chance. So that was a great point, especially to Coy Brooks, who catches everything.
Definitely has a green light on this team to open up the arm when available, and a good receiver in Coy Brooks is going to come down with those more times than not.
McGill qui vient tout juste de gagner le 10e point. Le pointage est maintenant 14-10 pour l'Université d'Ottawa. Et puis, on va avoir l'équipe McGill qui va commencer sur la défense. It's great because McGill, you can tell that this game is still not over. They're still fighting for that disc. Just because the University of Ottawa has 14 points, they're still going at it.
Yeah, for sure. The O-line has shown they can hold, and the D-line has shown of late they can get breaks. And the U Ottawa GG's O-line is a really good O-line. And if you could get breaks on good O-lines like McGill is doing currently, that bodes well for later in the tournament. So why not have multiple shots at this team and keep going at them? See if you can generate more turns.
Great pull by Allard. And a turnover for the University of Ottawa.
We're actually allowed to run in front, but...
McGill calling a vertical stack, being so close to their end zone, would be a great time for an end zone play. Wong had a perfect opportunity for an up-the-line cut, which Allard has taken and scored for McGill. As we just said, the game's still not over. Here's another break point for McGill.
And 14-11 now. Game not done, as you were saying, but time is running short. So McGill is going to have to score and score quickly.
With 2 minutes left, absolutely. It's a good thing we have observers between points to make sure that people get on the line. I would say one of the most frustrating things is when you don't have observers is having to set up the line on both sides and people not respecting that 90 seconds that you have between points.
And another annoying thing is a timeout, basically icing the game right when you're getting that momentum. And me as a player, I absolutely can't stand it. But here, I understand the strategy around it.
Brandon, you've got a timeout. You got to use it. Why give 2 timeouts if you're not going to use them?
Hey, it's in the rules. Might as well. But when you are making a run, it is so demoralizing seeing that time slip away and slip even further after a timeout.
I know, it's part of the game. Strategies.
Hey, it is part of the game, and U Ottawa is definitely within their rights to use it. So might be a bit deflating for McGill, but you can also take solace that their team is coming back with that resilience you talked about earlier, where
well, it just went to show you, McGill never stopped chasing that disc. McGill wanted it, and despite the score where they were so low, they managed to climb back up to 14-11.
Yeah, and you know, they might be able to get one more point in here and make it an even closer game.
And that was the Horn people.
So that means it will be one last point regardless of the score. So it's either going to be 15 for Ottawa after this, or it's going to be 12 points for McGill.
We've got McGill already qui est prêt sur la ligne, prêt à faire leur... à commencer avec un pull.
And we see a little bit of a mix of a line on for the U Ottawa GG's O-line here. We have Beaulieu crossing over to the O-line. O'Grady's playing some O, and Naomi Peterson getting a little bit
Great
of a chance
pull by
them.
Botos. Botos has quite the arm. All right. So McGill setting a zone and a very close turnover from the University of Ottawa. A great catch by Naomi Peterson, keeping the disc in and hucking it. Easy pass to Lily Shannon and winning the game 15-11.
shooters shoot. And Naomi Peterson is an absolute shooter with the disc, showing just that. Calling game with an amazing backhand huck.
You know, when the disc is up, it's anybody's.
Not when Naomi Peterson is thrown, because it's only going to her teammates.
Touche. What a great comeback from McGill, though. I just want to give them credit for really having that resilience and never giving up on that disc. It just shows you how sometimes also Frisbee can be quite the mental game.
It is a mental battle, and both teams did quite well here today in that aspect. Even though one team went down big at one point, being McGill, they found a way to find it in themselves. And for U Ottawa, they had a few breaks in a row against them, but they found a way to hold in the end.
Merci d'avoir tuned in dans notre game. Et puis, la prochaine game sera demain matin, encore à Credit View Sandalwood Park à Brampton. Mais à 9h45, ça va être le quarterfinal open. Donc, on vous voit demain. Merci beaucoup et à demain.
Au revoir.